and a quorum of commissioners being present, both here and by Zoom, I would ask each of you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Chair, we have staff hunting down an American flag for the flag salute. So if we want to head to roll call while he brings that into the room, that might be advised.
Yeah, flag is a nice thing to have. The clerk will please call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Present.
Commissioner Diaz,
Present.
Commissioner George,
Present.
Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Hobbs,
Present.
Commissioner James,
Present.
Commissioner Macedo,
Present.
Commissioner Motta,
Present.
Commissioner McCurvey.
Present. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Present.
Commissioner Verduzco.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. My name is John Hobbs. It's my privilege to chair this 2021 Advisory Commission on Supervisorial District Redistricting. And I want to thank all of you in the audience for coming. We appreciate your interest, and we will invite your comment in just a few moments. For tonight's meeting, I would ask you to please follow the Memorial Building's mask policy and wear your mask throughout the meeting. If you want to make comments tonight, please fill out a comment card and return it to the clerk. Mel, would you raise your hand, please? That's the clerk to whom you will return your cards. And the cards can be obtained in the back. If anyone has a map that they would like to submit to the commission, please hand that to the clerk as well. I'm going to interrupt my comments. And we've got the flag coming. So again, please stand and join me in the flag salute. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As I said, if anyone has a map that they would like to submit to the commission, please hand that to the clerk as well. There will be allotted time in tonight's agenda for members of the public, interest groups, and members of the commission to present any proposed maps, but the commission will not take action on maps presented before staff can provide analysis of those maps. If anyone needs Spanish translation services, please contact Reina in the back. Reina in the back right corner of the building. There are tablets for the service as well. The staff email address and phone numbers are listed in your agenda packet. And if anyone needs a language other than Spanish to be translated for you for future meetings. You should please contact the county staff at least 48 hours in advance. And you can do that by using the email or phone numbers as listed in your agenda packet. After staff analysis of the community maps, we will take a short break and resume with the commission's map review. General public comment. You do not need to respond to the excuse me. Members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. Under state law, matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the commission at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to make comments when the item comes up for commission consideration. Please complete and submit a comment card, as we've mentioned before, indicating your interest in that particular agenda item. Any person addressing the commission under general public comments will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and will allocate a total of 15 minutes for that purpose. At all times, please use the microphone. Please state your name and address for the record. And as a reminder, please direct public comments to the chair and try not to repeat or restate anything that's been stated before. This is in the interest of everyone's time. Is there anybody who has not filled out a public comment card? If so, and you wish to speak, I suggest you do that while we handle those who have. Now,
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Maggie Blocher. Hello.
Oh, is this on? Can you hear me? Okay,
doesn't sound to me like it is on.
okay.
You need to
Oh.
get closer to it then.
Is that better? Oh, I can
Yes,
hear
it
myself.
is.
Okay, must be better. Hello, everyone. My name is Maggie Bletcher, and I believe at a meeting in September, the letter I submitted was read to the board. Maggie Bletcher from Three Rivers. I think back in early September, that letter was read. So I am a 46-year resident of Tulare County, 43 years in Three Rivers. And this is the first meeting I've been able to attend in person, so I'm very pleased to be here. I wanted to first acknowledge the commission, your openness and your professionalism in conducting these hearings and listening to the residents of our county. As I said, the letter I submitted back in August that was read at the September meeting, even that you had a request at the end of that for the Katrina to contact me to follow up with a clarifying email about a map, I believe. Honestly, I was very happy to hear that. I did not expect it to be read, but in fact, I told my friends, I went right back to see what I had written to make sure I didn't say anything weird. So I appreciate that a lot. It's not often that you get such transparency. So thank you very much. Of course, the second reason I'm here is to, again, to reiterate my support for a foothill mountain community of interest being included into one district. As you all are aware of the devastation of the current fires, the Windy Fire and the KNP complex. The Windy Fire is 88,000 acres as of this morning. The KNP complex fire in Sequoia National Park is 49,000 acres. The devastation caused by these fires this year, along with the devastation from last year's Castle Fire, Sequoia something complex, not only affects the mountain environments, the forests, sequoias, and watersheds, but also, as you all know, the air quality here in Tulare County. It's countywide from the smoke and the debris from this fire. Sadly, these rapid, abrupt, large-scale fires and the resulting rapid, abrupt, large-scale changes to our woodlands and forests will continue. And will have a severe negative effect on our beloved environments, our water, air, and watersheds. I cannot emphasize enough how we need a voice and a representative at the county level for our communities. So again, this is an opportune time for the Tulare County Redistricting Commission to draw district lines that would include the entire foothill mountain communities into one district. These communities would be better served and more equitably represented by a single supervisor, and thereby granting stronger representation to this vital underserved community in our county. I support the equitable coalition map as it includes all of the foothill mountain communities into one district. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Donna Miki. Oh, okay. Do I do it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, it's the plan. Is that the one?
I might clarify something here because there seems to be some confusion. This is a time for general public comment on items that do not appear on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
We will be discussing in great detail the maps that are taped to the back wall. So if you have a comment related to the maps, please hold that until it's time for that public comment. Okay.
Okay, I have Mercy Herrera.
Good evening. My name is Mercy Herrera. My address is 1864A East Linmore Street, Lindsay, California. This is my second meeting attending here tonight. And I just wanted to comment on the last meeting that I attended. And there was two things that came, was that I heard from one of the young men that introduced a map that part of Lindsay would be split. And I really believe that small communities should be in one district. The second comment is about the city of Tulare. I think Tulare is big enough to be split into two districts, just like Visalia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luisa Cavera. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, this is John Hess, Assistant County Administrative Officer. I have while they're talking over there with the clerk, I have a written public comment that was submitted via email. And this is from Mr. Anthony Ferranti in Three Rivers. And generally, he is voicing support for a Foothill District 5 specifically. So what we're calling the Mega Mountain District, and he's requested to be District 5. He is saying that he recommends using the Equity Coalition map as a reference Some of the reasons why, in summary, are that wildfire management, short-term vacation rentals, drought mitigation, other water issues, and proper development practices are unique to the foothill communities. So I just wanted to submit that for the record. There's a letter in your packet.
Thank you, John. Mel?
Mr. Chair, it looks like all of the cards that I have are for the map presentation number 5, so we'll hold off.
Any public comments by Zoom?
None at this time.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any comments on what we've just heard from the public?
We do have a public comment from a Spanish speaker.
Certainly. Brena, are you prepared to translate that?
Yes, go ahead with your comment. Like I said, my name is Michelle Cabañas, and I am from Southern Tulare, and I am with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And I strongly represent the equitable map proposed from the coalition, and especially the map from District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to action item and discussion item for approval of minutes of the commission's meeting of September 23rd.
Mr. Commissioner, Scott James.
Commissioner?
I had my hand raised. I apologize. I just want to make a comment. I wanted to thank the people that came forward and talked about their concern about the mountain community. I'm District 5, primarily Ponderosa, and wanted to thank you for sharing your comments.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move
I'll
to
motion.
approve. Sorry.
Excuse me?
I'll motion.
Commissioner Diaz made the first.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Macedo seconded the motion. Any discussion? There being none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez is absent. Commissioner Hobbs,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Yes.
Commissioner Vadusco.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1 absent.
The minutes are adopted. Okay. All right, item 5 is community map presentations. Next, members of the public, interest groups, and fellow commissioners are invited to present any proposed maps during this period. Please include any explanation or rationale of your proposed district boundaries. Maps presented under this item cannot be acted upon by the commission at this time and will be considered at the following commission meeting after staff has had time to prepare an analysis. Please state your name and address for the record. When you begin, commissioners are welcome to ask clarifying questions. Anyone have maps that they wish to present?
Good evening. My name is Lori Pasante, and I am speaking on behalf of the Equity Coalition map, which we have submitted today, and I believe you have in front of you. It is the finalized data that has been updated to the map. There weren't very many changes that needed to be made. We did make sure that Exeter's sewage treatment plant, which is a part of the city that's not contiguous to the other town boundaries, we did put them back in the same district together. So that is one difference for sure. But I did also want to give you an additional handout that I believe will address a question that has been addressed to me related to what we did with the city of Tulare. And so with the commission's permission, I would like to approach and hand you an additional piece of paper. Thank you. And for those commissioners participating virtually, I'll try to verbalize as much as humanly possible, and then I will share the digital file of this paper with county staff so that they can disseminate to you via email. What you have in front of you is a zoom in on the city of Tulare, and on the side of the page that has a bunch of green squares on it, the larger the green square, the higher the percentage population of eligible voters in the Latino community. And the reason why I chose to give this representation was so that we could explain in greater detail why we drew the map the way that we did. Of course, equal population is an absolute essential requirement. And as you know, our map has less than 1/3 of 1% variance. We also have effective Voting Rights Act districts. And you'll note that our little table underneath this map identifies that we recommend at least 60% protected class population in a district that is going to be a Voting Rights Act district. And we also recommend at least 55% protected class CVAP or eligible voters. The third requirement, of course, is no partisan favoritism or discrimination. And as you know, we did not use any partisan data, did not look at incumbent residences or anything of that nature. The additional criteria, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, in order of hierarchy, one cannot be elevated inappropriately above another. Contiguity, communities of interest, and then the one that I want to highlight is number 3, geographic integrity. So when we're considering which cities or census designated places or any other, political boundary and whether or not to keep it whole, it's always with an eye towards first identifying the equal population implications and the Voting Rights Act implications. And to demonstrate what I'm talking about, Mr. Garcia has very kindly offered to be my helper today. This is my Fair Maps Act mason jar.
Beautiful, got all kinds of colors.
But what's the first thing that went into the jar in this? Sand. The big rocks didn't make it into the jar first. So what's going to happen when we try to address the big items that are non-negotiable, like VRA districts and equal population? Oh, see, I forgot the big rocks. And that's kind of the point, right? You can't forget the big rocks. And the big rock here in Tulare County that kind of sort of makes things a little simpler, if you can believe it, if that even exists in redistricting, is that the Latino population, a constitutionally protected class, is 65.5% in Tulare County. There's only so many configurations that you can do that will put 65.5% of your population into districts that are effective under the Voting Rights Act. And so what we need to make sure that we're doing, and what the equitable map does, is it puts the big rocks in first, right? Here's District 1. Here's District 2, right? District 4. Well, let's check equal population. That's why it gets the blue, because it's really special. Like, we got to make sure we got equal population here, right? And so on, right? We can't go to those additional criteria until we have put the big rocks in first. So what I really want to make very clear is that when it comes to the city of Tulare, where those big green squares are, that's what had us determining where to draw the line. Because when you consider Tulare County as a whole, all of your protected class populations are primarily on the valley floor, which means that you have to draw those valley floor districts first, keeping in mind that to achieve effectiveness, it kind of limits the remaining configurations. And certainly when we're talking about a city as big as the city of Tulare, it requires us to get very surgical about where particular populations are located. And because this particular boundary line between District 2 and our proposed District 3 is a distinction between a VRA district and a non-VRA district, it really is incumbent upon us to make sure that protected classes are included in the VRA district. So that's why we chose to draw the lines the way we did, because it guarantees that you've got the effective VRA districts that you're gonna have to draw anyway. And then the remaining decisions in the map were really a matter of going through the remaining criteria, which, by the way, every other census designated place and city, with the exception of Visalia, is kept whole in this map. And we tried to follow easily identifiable boundary lines wherever we could. But of course, those are much lower down the list. So it was only to the extent practicable. We also had lots of conversations in the coalition meetings on every Tuesday night, which everybody's still welcome to come. We have very lively conversations. They're already laughing because we had one on Tuesday night, a very lively conversation, where we learned about things like the sewage treatment plant in the non-contiguous part of Exeter. And we made that fix on there for the map that you have in front of you too. So that is now in the same district with the main part of Exeter kept whole together. And that's where the feedback from the community that you are hearing as commissioners has been so tremendously valuable, because we're getting the big rocks in the jar first and we're showing people how to do that. But we're also meeting the needs of individual residents and groups of residents who are asking, can we make sure that we're getting this need met And it's always going back to those big rocks, equal population and VRA compliance. And so everybody, we get to learn together just how hard your job is. So with that, I will conclude by saying thank you for having such an amazingly transparent process. And of course, Mr. Garcia, our demographer, is here to answer any more technical questions that I might not be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, this is John Hess, Assistant CAO. This is also the League of Women Voters. The letter that was submitted previously was in reference to this map. So when the commission is prepared for public comments, that we would direct them to make them for this map.
All right, thank you. I anticipate that when we discuss the maps on the wall, that we're going to perhaps challenge the assertion that you cannot have compliance with criteria 1 and criteria 2 and leave the city of Tulare whole. But that's yet to come. Any other maps to be presented?
I have a question on the map.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the equitable map. The question that I have, and looking at it, because it's not blown up and I can't see how detailed it gets into Porterville. So does Porterville remain whole, or does it get split between 1 and 5, 2 and 5?
Porterville is kept whole. We had great debate about that.
What about Woodlake? Between,
I'm sorry, Woodlake is kept whole as well.
okay. That's it.
Again, are there any other maps to be presented at this time?
Can I speak to just a little? few
Excuse me?
minutes? Can I speak to our map just a few minutes? This is going to be very quickly.
You need to bring up the mic because I still don't.
I'd like to speak to just a clarification on the equitable map, just a tiny bit. If you don't mind.
All right. Make it brief
It'll
and
be very, very
please,
brief.
as I indicated before, don't be repetitive. We caught it all the first time.
And I won't say anything. No. Basically, again, Tulare is at the forefront of change. This isn't the first time. It was the first city in California and in Central California, and today it's really at the forefront of change that is occurring throughout Central California. Migrants have benefited our community entirely, and that's going to continue on to the future. It's wonderful to see the maps. It's wonderful to see the young man that apparently generated the map, the 5 maps that you have here. The more maps, the merrier, in our opinion. We're going to try and evaluate all the maps. And again, as Ms. Pesanta said, our criterias are population, CVAP, but effective. Another criteria that's going to be followed is voter registration and voter counts. That will tell us the effectiveness. So that's the last piece that's mission here is what is an effective district? It's not a matter of just having 50% plus 1 if no one will be able to get elected in that. And in some of our maps, some of our areas, people have never been represented before. So this is like giving them the first sense of hope. We will be providing a much more detailed statistical analysis of our map and others. I also have gifts. Can I approach and give you guys some? I was with the Census Bureau. And these are
Are those less than $14? Because I don't want to fill out any forms for receiving a gift.
Thank you.
and then most important, these are elected bodies. our collector's item. GIS, the lower part of GIS, they were all arranged as entries, and you can have them here for long. Again, starting from the press, Tulare County, again, you guys are doing a fantastic job at transparency, and I think our model for the nation for this purpose. Thank you very much.
On behalf of my fellow commissioners, I want to thank you and stress the fact that we cannot be bought. Okay. Is it? I think it is now time to,
Public comments regarding the Equity Coalition map.
public comments regarding, I think it is now time to.
Public comments regarding the Equity Coalition map.
Public comments regarding. We're gonna. Yeah. What happened?
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Identify yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Donna McKeel. I live at 1619 West Noble Avenue in Visalia. And I'd like to say you just saw a great lesson, great teaching lesson. That was pretty amazing. All right. You have the letter in front of you if you just follow along. The League of Women Voters of Tulare County endorses the final version of the proposed map for redistricting county supervisor districts put forward tonight by the Tulare County Equitable Maps Coalition. After months of listening to various community of interest, we feel this map addresses the concerns of established communities while accommodating demographic changes in our county and representing underserved communities. Some of the features of this map that we especially support are, number one, most importantly, this map provides for equitable Voting Rights Act Section 2 compliance with 3 strong Latino CVAP districts and an additional majority Latino district, reflecting the 2020 census finding that our county's population is now 65.5% Latino. Regarding District 5, the foothills and mountain communities are no longer cracked into multiple districts. These communities share crucial priorities that are distinct from those of the more populous communities of the valley floor, including wildfire management, wildland urban interface issues, including fuel reduction and fire safety, critical water concerns, dry wells, water contamination, watershed management, snowpack storage, and infrastructure, to name a few. Stewardship of the national parks, forests, and monuments, rock and mudslide prevention, unique development planning and conscientious zoning, and addressing the digital divide. With a cumulative population of slightly less than 10,000, cracking them into 2 or 3 districts dilutes their influence to insignificance, whereas keeping them whole would give them a chance to have their collective voice heard. Incidentally, both Madera and Fresno counties already have Foothills Mountain Districts 5 that reflect this sensitive principle. The tribal lands are kept whole. Wood Lake and Ivanhoe are included in the same district as Cutler, Arosi, Goshen, and nearby rural communities. The city of Porterville is in the same district as its airport and areas of eminent development. All cities, towns, and census designated populations are kept whole, with 2 exceptions, Visalia and Tulare. Visalia remains in 3 districts, rationally redrawn to reflect changes in county demographics. All is achieved with variances that are admirable at 0.0% to 0.3%. We have all been impressed with the Advisory Commission's thoroughly transparent procedures, the staff's professional efforts, and the supervisor's confidence in the process. We appreciate your serious consideration of the redistricting proposals reflected in the coalition map.
Thank you. Angel, I think it's your turn.
Luisa,
Commissioners, good to see all of you. Thank you, staff, county staff, for being so transparent to the community. Most importantly, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Again, I am here just to say that, I support and, I've learned so much throughout this process from the beginning when we started the Tulare County Equitable Coalition map. There has been a lot of debate, a lot of disagreement through this, but I just don't want to repeat everything that they said. I'm just going to go down quickly down the line, and just so that, because last time you guys had questions about where different cities would be. So under our proposed map, District 1 is the Oval, Eastside, Visalia, Farmersville, Lindsay, Strathmore. Proposed District number 2 is Southern Tulare, Pixley, Tipton, Terabella, Early Mart, Ducourt, and Poplar. When we go over to District number 3, the proposed District number 3 is Northern Tulare and Southern Visalia. Proposed District number 4, Dinuba, Cutler Orosi, East Orosi, Ivanhoe, Woodlake, West Goshen, and Goshen, and lastly, the 5th one, which is all federal land, national parks, forests and monuments, and of course, access to reliable internet. Again, thank you to the commissioners, thank you to the community, thank you to everybody that's listening to us via the web. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner James. I had a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner James.
Has the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition, have they finalized their map? Do we finalize, or are they still tweaking it?
Commissioner, no, we are done. This is our last final submission. We have all the data from the state, the census data that was released. This is it. This is our last and final map. Like my colleagues said earlier, we have made all the adjustments that we needed to make. So this is it. This is our last and final map.
Thank you very much.
Since the last meeting, I didn't have clarity if we received the prison populations yet. Did that come in already?
Yes, correct. We
Okay.
received those.
Just to clue the rest of the audience in, Angel gets perfect attendance award so far, and has spoken at each and every meeting. And so that's why I said it was his turn. Anyone else?
Luisa?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Alex Gutierrez, and I'm from Tulare, California. And this is the second meeting I attend. And it seems that you guys have everything going. Speaking on the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition. So I came in today not viewing any maps until I sat down. And at first I was, as a person from Tulare, not convinced about the splitting of the city. Until the woman, I forgot your name, but until she explained it. And when she explained it, I understood because I live there. And it's very true. There is a divide in the city of Tulare. The west side is nothing like the east side of town. And the other gentleman mentioned historical reference as well. And seeing that there's a criteria set forth before you all, there's criteria 1 and 2 being met, I was convinced between the two maps, one that combines the mountain community to me was ARC5, but the Tulare County Equitable Map to me actually identified something that I didn't even notice until she explained and handed you a paper copy of, which explains the population of Tulare County, Hispanic population, is almost 2/3. And that is represented in the city of Tulare by a very big divide as to where these voters are. And I feel the Tulare County Equitable Map not only solves the issue with the, I don't want to call you all mountain people, but the people of the eastern Upper Sierra Nevadas, their issues and their concerns and the concerns of a population that we all live amongst each other needs to be actively engaged in the political process, which they feel disenfranchised for, and they have for a very long time. And as a person from Tulare, you know, I wasn't convinced until I actually heard and saw what she presented here today. And I just want to end by saying, I appreciate every single one of you for being part of this commission. I know from the processes that no matter what you decide, the Board of Supervisors at the end of the day can choose whatever map they want. And I do hope that there is some way that we as a community can use other channels to be able to, you know, force the hand based off of the data that is very important as was passed by the Voting Rights Act. So thank you for letting me speak. And from what I saw today, I support the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a Sarah Ramirez on Zoom who'd like to speak on the equitable map. Sarah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present and participate virtually with all of you and for the transparency that's been present throughout this process. I live at 1430 East Terabella in Pixley, California, and I'm a third-generation resident of District 2, where I have lived for most of my life. My parents continue to live here, and my grandparents actually died here, living here. Over this time, I've also worked for Tulare County as the epidemiologist of our health department and as the executive director of our food bank. And during my various experiences, I've had the chance to carry out both formal and informal research with community members of all ages, namely on topics such as health outcomes, food security, and overall infrastructure. And over all these years, I've also heard many residents in these small communities share testimony with me. Things like, no one listens to us. No one wants us. We are not welcome here. It's often a heartbreaking experience to be on the other end to defend some of the structures that exist in our community and to respond to that in positive ways. So I did become involved with the Equitable Map Coalition and have been part of some of these lively discussions. And I can't say that I've agreed with everything all of the time, but I do think that we've tried to collaborate, and I endorse the map that has been presented most recently, because I want an opportunity for our unincorporated communities who have not been well represented, who don't feel heard, who don't feel included, to finally have a chance to receive that representation they deserve. And I hope that in the future, I don't hear from elected officials challenges like, well, if there were more voters in this community, I might listen. Or maybe we need to make more of these individual citizens so that they are eligible to vote. While I understand that that's important, I also think that residents of our community, especially these unincorporated communities that are often left out of the conversation and that are overlooked and ignored, are still residents of the community that are paying taxes, that are contributing to our communities, and that really are part of the whole network. And so for this reason, I support what we've done with the map, and especially with District 2. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have Raina who has some public comments as well.
Okay. Is she prepared to speak at this time?
I'm going to go ahead and do them via Zoom since I do have participants on a phone line.
All right.
Okay, so the first comment that we have is from Mrs. Rafaela Madrigal. She is from the city of Lindsay, California, and she is living in District 1. She is also supporting the Equity Coalition map and lets us know that she really likes this map because it represents very well the areas of Lindsay, Strathmore, and Farmersville, and she is supporting it because they are cities that are nearby Lindsay, and this, she lets us know this is where I shop. I love living in Lindsay. This is a very peaceful place to live. We also have another comment from Ms. Carlota Orozco. She is from the city of Lindsay, and she also supports the Equity Coalition map, especially when it pertains to District 1. She lets us know I live in Lindsay and support that area because it represents rural areas very well. Also because it represents rural areas and other areas as well, so that they could have good public representation. We have another comment from Ms. Marta Servin, who supports the map when it comes to District 1 in support of the Equity Coalition map. I would like to have good representation on the map so that we can have some of the resources that other areas have, such as Visalia. We would like to have more Hispanic representatives so that we have better representation for our community. Sigue la señora Verónica Serrano. Si gusta continuar con su comentario y ahorita lo traduzco. Continúe. My name is Verónica Serrano. Continúe. And I am also supporting the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and I also support the Equity Coalition map, especially the map when it comes to District 4, because it represents well the rural areas and the areas of Woodlake and Ivanhoe, and also throughout Tulare County. We have a lot of families that live there in those areas, in those urban areas, such as Ivanhoe, that work in the fields. I support this map because we don't have enough housing so that we can have access to go to the doctor, go shopping, and fulfill our needs. We need great representation. Give me a second. I know we have another comment from Ms. Cecilia Espinosa. Muchas gracias. Cecilia Espinosa, ¿sigue usted? Hi, my name is Cecilia Espinosa. I live in Woodlake, and I am also with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. I support the maps when it comes to the distribution of the Equity Coalition map, especially the map in District 4 in the rural area and the east side of Tulare, the areas that are the eldest or longest standing in Woodlake and Ivanhoe, all of the area around Tulare. My family and I have been so much in common with many of the people that live in Goshen and Dinuba. Many of us have family members who live there, and many family members who live in the urban areas like Ivanhoe and West Goshen that work in the fields. I support this map because we do not have enough housing and support in our rural areas like they have in Dinuba, so that we can have access to medical facilities and shopping. And sometimes we have to go to Visalia for shopping. And we also need better representation in our districts. That would be all. Thank you. ¿Tenemos alguien más que tenga algún comentario en la línea de teléfono? Hi, we have one more comment. Miriam Mendiola. Continue, Miriam. And I am also supporting the map for the Tulare County area, especially the map when it comes to District 4. Thank you. ¿Algún otro comentario? It looks like we do not have any further comments.
Thank you, Raina.
Hello, my name is Mercy Herrera. Good evening again. I support the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition. This is the first time I saw the map, and it does seem to clarify some issues, especially with the Tulare and Visalia districts, Tulare in particular. And it also addresses the people that live in the mountain areas, that they should have their own district. So I do support the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition. And thank you for the people that worked on this map. Took a lot of time. Thank you.
One moment. Hello, my name is Corey Wells. I live at 33167 Highway 190, Lot C in Springville. I just wanted to come up here and say that these maps look amazing, and they definitely did a great job at making these new maps. I think that I would support at least a couple of these after I take a further look at them. And I would like to address a couple of the points that were made up here. First off, it was mentioned that Lindsay was not kept whole on my map. It actually is fully whole on District 1. I'd like to clarify some of the things with my presentation last week about my map. I wasn't sure if this was the best time or if after the analysis. I think this is a great time. First and foremost, I of course believe, as well as everybody here, that our community should be kept together, and we should ensure that they are all cohesive, and we should refrain from splitting them as much as possible. And my fair districts map it achieves that objective, especially with Tulare and Porterville. It is possible, as I showed along with a couple of other maps, that we can keep the entire city together, which is very important when we're talking about a unified representation amongst a few number of people on a board. It's important to understand that the locals in these cities, they all share the same services, the same local elected officials, same stores, same parks, and they all perform their commerce in the same areas. And that's very, very important, and it would only be a disservice to split them apart, and we do not want to do that. Additionally, the Fair Districts map I proposed achieves the objective to keep the communities together in the mountains and the foothills, and the way that they already do work. I would like to take a moment to go over these mountain communities, since that seems to be a very, very important discussion here, which as somebody who lives in the mountain range, I take issue with the idea of splitting the mountain apart. It was previously mentioned that the mountain locals would achieve greater representation and better care from their supervisor if the district were to be one mega mountain district, and I have to disagree with this wholeheartedly. And also I find that to be entirely counterintuitive. As I stated last week, the mountain range is it's vast. It takes up over half the county land. Not that the land size matters, but it does matter when we're talking about compactness. And because of the size and the way that the natural land formations are with the mountain in this county, it is geographically prohibitive for communities on the national park side of the county to easily interact with the communities on a national forest side of the mountain. Locals travel up and down the mountains for work and various reasons, such as shopping. They don't go through the mountains. And that is very important when we're talking about understanding the way of which we interact with other people across the county and conduct our business transactions, shop, go to local events, and have friends that are close by. The people in Springville and Camp Nelson, they don't go all the way up to Three Rivers. That's just not something that we do. It was also additionally stated that this travel obstacle is not as important. It's not important due to the modern technology where supervisors can meet and talk to local officials and constituents via Zoom. I would like to remind this commission that this is not how supervisors do their job. This is about locals in these districts, about how they work and they traverse, how they are as a community, how they shop, the local services they use, and how they interact with others across their district. They don't easily interact with people on the other side of the mountain. That just doesn't work like that. And it's also true for all districts, not just the mountains. The people in Porterville, they rarely go up the Three Rivers as well. I think that's silly to assume that this should be all one mountain district because they are not anywhere close to each other. They're I'm not going to have a barbecue one day with somebody out in Three Rivers because I'm probably gonna it's going to be very rare for me to come across them and interact with them. As for how well they are cared by their supervisor, and this is particularly important with the fires that are going on. It is very, very heavy ash out there. My vehicle is completely smothered with ash every morning, and it is the supervisor's responsibility to address every one of their constituents' issue. If there is an issue, your supervisor should be taking care of that. It's a matter of working with your supervisor, reaching out to your local officials and telling them your issues. And the supervisors, in my experience, have been very, very responsive. And it is, if they aren't doing their job, that's a problem, and that needs to be addressed at the next election. And changing to one supervisor does not make that any better. I would actually argue that this only dilutes the mountain community's representation on matters before the Board of Supervisors from 3 to 1. In my proposal, it would make it 2 and compared to 1. I think it's better to have more than one supervisor on the Board of Supervisors because it's not about whether or not how quickly they can work with the local fire chief. They have to do that. That's a part of their job. And it is important when we're to also realize that these communities being one whole with the people whom they interact with, that is more important than trying to keep the entire mountain region one, which is again not possible to consider that the entire mountain region as one whole because of the geography. And additionally, with this proposal, I wanted to again ensure that Tulare and Porterville are unified, not split. And I achieved this with the community as well as ensuring that the communities along the mountain range are properly represented with their lower region communities that they associate with. I'm sorry if I'm being a little repetitive with that. I wanted to get that point across. A mega mountain district does not make any sense, and it does not fairly represent the locals, and not just there, and also the entire county. By making one whole mountain district, it forces a drastic change in the entire way that the county is represented and fails to respect the way of which these communities in every district are, because it forces the other districts to change and forces areas to split, and that I do not find acceptable at all.
Corey, I would suggest that at this point you will allow the staff presentation of analysis of your maps before there's any further comment.
I actually just finished, but I
Okay.
do intend to come back up here after the analysis. Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Chair, Scott James, District 5 has a comment.
Okay, Scott? Go ahead.
I appreciate all of the people that are coming forward and addressing their concerns. This last one, like we talked about last meeting, almost sounds like Hunger Games again. Porterville people don't go to Three Rivers. What a shame. You got Reimer's ice cream, candy store. Christmas time is a great time to be up there. And you can leave your district. You can go anywhere you want in this world. We as commissioners, we have the opportunity to present 3 maps to the Board of Supervisors. And at this time, it brings me great pleasure to formally make a motion to push forward the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition. That is my motion.
Commissioner James, I'm going to rule your motion out of order. I neglected to mention that what is my intent and our intent this evening is to have all the presentations of all 5 maps take place before such a motion would be in order. I assure you that the opportunity will be presented to you to make that motion. However, it will come later this evening.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do believe we still have public comment from Luisa Quezada.
All right.
Hello, good evening. My name is Luisa Quesada. I'm gonna give you pass out these papers to you. As I mentioned before, my name is Luisa Quesada. I'm in favor of the Tulare County Coalition map. I live in Lansing, between Tulare Road and Harvard Avenue. I want to stay together with the Oval because I go to church there along with many of my community members. I like District 1 because we have the McDermott in Lindsay. We have the Wellness Center with the swimming pool. We also have the Friday flea market that a lot of people from Stramore, Tonyville, Tullyville, and Farmersville, where they go to shop and eat traditional Mexican food and candy. Thank you, commissioners. This is why I support the Tulare Coalition maps. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? All right.
Yes.
There-
Ana Maria Aguilera.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And do you need a Spanish translator?
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
Reina.
Hola, mi nombre es Ana María Aguilera y vivo en Stratmore y represento y estoy a la Fundación Dolores Huerta y apoyo a los mapas de la redistribución de los distritos del condado de Tulare que presentados por la Fundación Dolores Huerta y la coalición de mapas equitativos y especialmente el mapa del Distrito 1 en las zonas rurales del este de Tulare y los vecindarios más antiguos de la ciudad en el este de Lindsay y Stratmore. Toda esta área está en el este del condado de Tulare. Mi familia y yo, mucho más en común, tenemos mucho más en común con las personas que residen en el este de Tulare y Strathmore. Muchos de nosotros tenemos parientes que viven ahí y muchas personas que viven en los vecindarios urbanos, como Farmersville y Strathmore, que trabajan en campos. Apoyamos este mapa porque no tenemos suficientes viviendas en zonas rurales, como la mía, para tener acceso a citas médicas, compras o entretenimiento. Tenemos que ir a Tulare o al este de Visalia o en el lado este del condado con los límites actuales de los supervisores. Muchas gracias por su atención y Dios les bendiga.
I get to cheat today. I'm like, whoa.
Está grande.
I get to cheat since she had her notes. I'm going to go ahead and just reread her notes. So her name is Ana Maria Aguilera, and she is here representing the Dolores Huerta Foundation. I support the redistribution maps for the districts in Tulare represented by the Dolores Huerta Foundation and the Equity Coalition maps, especially the map representing District 1 around the rural zones in East Tulare and the surrounding neighborhoods that have been there and established for the longest time in the city. In the east side of Lindsay and Strathmore and around the area on the east side of Tulare County. My family and I have been living in this area for quite a while, and we have a lot in common with the local residents in the east side of Tulare and Strathmore. Many of us have a lot of family members that live around these areas. Lots of people that live in urban neighborhoods such as Farmersville, Strathmore, and people who also work in the fields. I support this map because we do not have enough housing in these rural zones and like mine. And I want to make sure that we have access to go out for medical appointments, shopping, entertainment, so that we can go to Tulare and to the east side of Visalia, and also so that we can be within the limits of our current supervisors. Thank you so much. God bless you, and thank you for your attention.
Any more public comment?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We do have more comment. Yeah. Jesus Aguilera, and I believe you also need a Spanish translator, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
My name is Jesus Aguilera. I live in Strathmore and I live in Strathmore. I'm with Doris Huerta Foundation, and I strongly support the supervisor district boundaries posted or proposed equitable map coalition, and especially the map for District 1 in rural Tulare and older neighborhoods in Strathmore. I like the fact that this map puts me and everyone in the same district. My family and I have much more in common with people who reside in the east of Tulare. Many of us have relatives who live there, and many people who live in the urban neighborhoods in the east of Tulare work in the fields. I do because we don't have enough housing in the rural areas like mine. Our trips for medical appointments, shopping, or entertainment bring us into Tulare and to Oval, east side of Visalia, Farmersville, and Lindsay. On the east side of the county, like the current supervisor boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesus Garcia. That was you. Okay. That's all the comment cards that I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. At this time,
Good evening. My name is Lucy Hernandez. My address is 4943 Avenue 309 in Visalia, and I'm here in a strong support to this proposal map. And I want to thank the Dolores Foundation and all of you guys, hard work to work on this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This brings an end to public comment, and unless there's anyone else. All right, we'll end the public comment, and as is the chair's prerogative, at this point, we're going to take a 7.5-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it seems impossible, but the 7.5 minutes have expired. Please take your seats.
Angels feeling is mutual. Yeah, now this is where it's my favorite part. Yes. Yeah. I got like blue and white today. Sometimes I call it. Sometimes I pour
The
it.
meeting will come back to order, please. It's now my privilege to introduce John Hess, Deputy Public Administrator, County Administrator. And John is going to present his analysis of 2 maps that were submitted at last week's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Hess, Assistant County Administrative Officer. So we will start with Mr. Wells's map, Community Map 002. And a note, this is the unadjusted data from our understanding. I think that was a question posed earlier. So first, and I have the table in front of me, so if the commissioners could move to tab 6A, that is what we're going to review. So first up is population equality. The proposed map reflects a 0.08 population deviation, which is well below the constitutional threshold of 10% and significantly lower than the county's 2011 deviation of 2.61%. In relation to legal compliance, the map has 2 majority Latino citizen voting age population districts. District 2 at 55.9, so 56%, and District 4 at 60.5, so 61%. 3, contiguity. All 5 districts are geographically contiguous. 4, community integrity. Terabella and Ducor are with the city of Porterville as requested. West Goshen is in District 4. The Foothill Mountain community is not in one district, and Mr. Wells spoke to the rationale and the reasoning why he made that decision. Tulare and Visalia are not in the same district. The Tule River tribal lands are in the same district, and in the same district as Porterville as well. Porterville is in District 5, and Visalia is divided into more than 2 districts. Previously, there was a request to only divide it into 2. This divides it into 3, understanding it is difficult because of Visalia's population size. Number 5, city or CDP integrity. Visalia, as mentioned, is divided into 3 districts due to population size. No other cities are subdivided in any way that we could identify. Number 6, identifiable boundaries. All boundaries are drawn using identifiable boundaries, so roads, rivers, things of that nature. Compactness. I'm going to flip to the map on this one. Districts 1 and 5 are the least geographically compact, spanning nearly the entire width of the county. So if you look especially, well, really both of them are about east and west the same, and they split the Mountain District into 2. So you can see they have quite a bit of geographic territory, but we've covered previously, and the commission is probably very familiar with the fact that those are very sparsely populated areas. And so although it looks very large, when you get past 3 rivers and past sort of the highway in District 5, the mountain highway there, it becomes pretty sparsely populated. And the last category, political boundaries or political parties. No, doesn't appear to favor or discriminate against any political parties. So those are staff analysis regarding the Wells map. Happy to answer any questions or comments you might have on this map before moving to the 6B map, the next map.
So just for my own edification, how does one determine if it doesn't show preference to one political party or another? What do you do to figure that
Really,
out?
and that's a good question. It's honestly something that we don't even really have to analyze. We don't have that data available to us. So it's not even something we run through and do a check. If the submitter were to indicate that they've drawn it in such a way that political parties are favored or discriminated against, we would report it here, but we don't actively seek that data out ourselves.
And Commissioner Diaz, in light of the fact that supervisorial districts or supervisorial positions are nonpartisan offices, it really is a moot point.
Yeah, I'm just asking if it's part of the criteria, how are we following it?
I have that question as well.
I would want to check with either staff or council to even discuss or see if the county's evaluation methodology should be altered in that regard. It would be, again, a further conversation I'd like to have internally as to whether or not we should even access that data as staff. We haven't yet, and so I would be wary to do so either A, at this point in the process, or B, with even that consideration, because as the chair indicated, these are nonpartisan positions.
And it would complicate things considerably because you'd have to ask the registrar of voters for a breakdown of the registration in each supervisorial district. Then we'd have to do it for each of the maps. I would hope that we won't open that can of worms.
I can only imagine that can of worms, what it would look like. However, at some point, somebody decided and people put it in statute, made it a law to make it part of a criteria. But yet we're saying everything's nonpartisan. And so why is it in the law?
I think I can answer that, Commissioner. It's in the law in deference to partisan political offices. And when redistricting occurs for state assembly districts or state senate districts or U.S. congressional districts, it would be very easy to skew a district in favor of one political party or another. However, when you're dealing with nonpartisan offices, a case could be made. I'm not going to argue the point, but a case could be made that it just doesn't matter. Voter registration wouldn't matter in a nonpartisan office.
We got a couple more meetings. I'll follow up, and maybe county council can jump in and shed more light on it.
They don't look very eager.
I noticed that. He looked like a little league outfielder. Don't hit it to me.
Jeff Kewen, Chief Deputy County Counsel. We're in a sense, we're trying to prove a negative almost. And I think perhaps the best way to approach it would be as if there is a credible allegation that a particular map is drawn in such a way that it would violate that criteria, then we would look at that. But short of that, our recommendation is not to go there at all. Again, because it's very clear from the statute that we're not to take that into consideration. So I think we're probably better off not knowing, again, unless there is credible evidence brought to your attention that we're in violation with a particular map.
Is that satisfactory? All right.
Commissioner James, I just had one question for council, just for curiosity, because why do we actually have that item there on number 8, that no political parties? Just so we all know.
We've listed all of the statutory criteria that's required, and that's one of them. Again, I think the approach I'm suggesting is that unless there is credible evidence that a particular map in some way violates that criteria, then I don't believe it's particularly relevant to what's before the commission. And as you will note, it is the last of the criteria, so it's the least important in the hierarchy as far as the legislature is concerned.
Thank you, sir.
Any other commissioners? You may proceed, John.
All right, well, that concludes my comments on the Wells map. I will proceed to the Verduzco map, Mr. Verduzco's map, and then perhaps you can open up for public comments on both after that.
On the Wells map? Yeah, John.
Hang on.
I apologize.
Hey, no problem.
Luis Sepulveda, District 3. I guess to the author of the map is if I can ask him a question. Corey, Mr. Wells. Just a real quick question. I appreciate the map. The question I have is community input. Who did you reach out to, or you created the map based on what information to come up with your design?
It was really just only me, and then I approached a few people around the county that I know and asked their input, and they said that they liked it. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten the opportunity to ask them to show up. I'm pretty much here on my own. Again, like I said, when I proposed that map, the only information that I used was the information that was on the front page of the software, which I took screenshots and showed in my PowerPoint last week. That was the only data that I had available to me. I don't think it's necessary to even consider party lines here because we're talking about local issues. It's certainly not something I think that anybody should be even remotely considering when we're talking about representation across our communities, especially because that just makes it partisan, and that's not okay. And I certainly don't want to cause a lawsuit with the county. That would be bad.
So just to clarify, you don't have to have a committee. Anybody can submit a map, correct?
John, please.
Sure, absolutely. All right, moving to Mr. Verduzco's map. This is map community 003. This is Mr. Jose Verduzco, member of the commission. Last week when we were doing the exercise, he had a very thoroughly written out set of recommendations that were enumerated per each district, all 5 districts. It was very thorough, and so we asked him if he wanted us to map them, if that was perhaps his intention, and he said yes, that he'd like it to be mapped, and then submitted as a member of the community's map. So for tonight's consideration, you, the commission, have the opportunity to consider a fellow commissioner's map to you. So first criteria, of course, is population equality. This map reflects a 5.88 population deviation percentage, which is within the constitutional threshold of 10, but higher than the deviation 10 years ago. What I want to point out here, and this is a discussion I believe we've had previously, but it's because of that number, the number is high. It's higher than what we've seen on other maps. It is in the threshold. So as commissioners, the state law by design has latitude for you. There is the opportunity for you commissioners to determine when it's appropriate to have a higher number of deviation to accommodate and achieve other criteria. So for example, in this case, the VRA numbers on the next one, legal compliance, are very strong. They're quite strong for 3 districts, 58%, 55, almost 56%, 63%. Those are 3 very, very strong numbers, and they're achieved by a greater deviation. And that's acceptable. That is within all the tolerances of the state law, and that is under the jurisdiction of the commission to make a decision to say, yes, we can accept that level of deviation because of these other extenuating criteria that it also complies with. So I'll move on to number 3, contiguity. All 5 districts are geographically contiguous. Number 4, community integrity. Terabella Ducor are with Porterville. West Goshen is in District 4. Foothill Mountain Community is in 1 mega mountain district. Tulare Visalia are not in the same district. Tule River tribal lands are in the same district. Porterville's in District 5, and Visalia is divided into more than 2 districts, which is 3. And that's number 5. However, importantly, no other city is, or CDP is subdivided into more than 1 district. So these strong VRA numbers are clearly achievable if the deviation in this case reaches that. We'll look at other maps tonight that are also strong VRA numbers with even a smaller deviation, and Mark will go through those here in a bit. Number 6, districts are drawn using identifiable boundaries. Number 7, District 5 is the least geographically compact, same as it always is going to be in the Mega Mountain model. And then number 8, we don't believe, though we haven't checked, that whether or not it favors or discriminates any political party. And so that concludes staff report.
Is Commissioner Verduzco on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
I got to tell you that this looks even better on paper than it did when you wrote it out last week. So nice going. From my perspective, you've done a splendid job here.
Thank you, John.
Any public comment on the analysis that we've just been presented? Going once, going twice, Corey?
Go ahead.
Again, the maps are wonderful, and it's great to see not only these, but those that are coming, and those are, again, as Ms. You can hear me now? Okay. As Ms. Pesante mentioned, the mandate per VRA is the creation of 3 VRA districts. And so, again, we can have 20 maps as long as there are 3 VRA districts that are based not just on population and citizen voting age, but also on effective. And the data is available for voter registration and voting. And in some of the maps that we're going to be providing, we will provide you with those counts of both current and trend data. There's also data available like political party representation. That's something I'm more than capable to do. Have not done it, again, because the Los Huerta Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit, so haven't done any of that. I don't know where any supervisor lives. But from what I understand and seen here, it looks like that is something people want to see, Mr. Diaz. So I will be working on generating statistical reports by party registration with trend data from the statewide database and make those available to you. I've not seen them, I've not worked on them, but Mr. Diaz, you will get your request at the very least from our maps, and it will be dependent on whether we do that for any of the others. But that question is absolutely doable. But again, 3 VRA maps is the minimum, and that they be not only population, CVAP, but effectiveness, and we'll provide you with more information on how that can be done very well. And our variance is 0.5%. We can work with a little bit variance. Mr. Verduzco, I really like your map. Thank you.
The last thing in the world I want to be is rude. However, we know that, all right? That has been previously stated and repeated. So please attempt not to be redundant. And
I'm just stating what is the mandate. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't want to see the data. If you want to generate it because you want to see it, go right ahead. I asked the question, if that criteria has been set in statute, why is it there? But if you want to generate it, I'm not requesting it, but if you want to generate it to make yourself feel like
No,
you're
it's not-
providing something, Totally up to you.
It's not something we were looking at all. So
Yeah.
I don't need the extra work to do it. So, but if people want to see it,
Well-
it can be done.
Thank you.
I was just commenting on the Wells map. That one does not separate the mountain areas. It makes it actually two districts, and I've seen a lot of support to have just one district rather than be divided by two. And then the second one, the Verduzco, is good, except that it does not divide Tulare. It makes it whole, and I think it should be two districts instead of one.
For Ms. Herrera. I have a question, Ms. Herrera. Can you explain to us
Yes.
the reason that you would keep Porterville intact and you would split Tulare when the cities are pretty much the same by ethnicity, by population? Can you explain that, please?
Well, if you look at the city of Tulare, it really is more closer to Visalia. I think that one day Tulare is going to be Visalia or part of it. So I don't see the comparisons between Porterville and Tulare. I feel Tulare is more combined with Visalia and it should be separate. It's a larger population. That's why.
What's a larger population?
Mhm.
What's a
Tulare.
larger,
Tulare
larger than what?
than Porterville.
Not by much.
Not by much, but it's because the way that the housing is getting closer to the city of Visalia, actually closer to Mooney, it seems like Visalia.
Okay, thank you.
In that regard, there has been discussion at last week's meeting. This commission is not charged with responsibility for looking into the future. We are charged with responsibility with dealing with the data of the here and now. And therefore, we're not responsible for anticipating growth that one or the other of us may think is going to occur. We're responsible to draw district lines based on the data that we have.
With regard to the Verduzco map, I think one of the questions.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you speak, can you address your name? Can you state your name
Oh,
for the
yes, of
record? Sorry.
I'm Lori Pesante, Pesante. And with regard to the Verduzco map, I think one of the reasons why I get a little nervous looking at District 2 is because when we did look at the city of Tulare, it was pretty clear that a lot of the new residential area that's a little higher end to the north of the city, it definitely, when we look at equity indicators like voter turnout and socioeconomic and like especially the census hard to count data at the block level, one of the things that can happen to reduce effectiveness is when you have a segregated, city environment like has been described by residents tonight, the areas of that city that are, higher socioeconomic level, higher, eligible voter populations, higher propensity voters, they tend to outvote almost single-handedly, especially rural farm worker communities. And I've seen this twice now in other jurisdictions, and I would ask the commission to ask the county staff to provide information about, voter turnout and how many people are at the block level, how many of those people are eligible to vote, how many of them are actually registered to vote, and what is their propensity? Because it makes me nervous to see the corner of Tulare in the northeast. I suspect that when we look at those effectiveness factors, that District 2 would probably be an ineffective VRA district. So that's what I would recommend. And sometimes it's just as easy as, hopping on the equity indicator map list that we've provided, because it's got like 20 different heat maps that you can zero in on that particular space there. And I can send that link out to folks to check out as well. But certainly if the commission wishes to ask county staff for that kind of data, it will help you really understand if a district's going to be effective or not.
I asked this question out of ignorance because I'm not as well acquainted as a lawyer might be with the Voting Rights Act. But are you suggesting that we're duty bound to analyze propensity to vote in drawing these districts?
I would definitely defer to your county council on that. That I don't know that that's a question I can answer.
Well,
Yeah.
but the statement you just made would indicate that you're suggesting that this commission ought to analyze propensity to vote.
I think that I established kind of a hierarchy of additional indicators that definitely paint a picture of effectiveness. That was one of them. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about, in Kern County, and I know the Luna case has very much been a part of the educational workshops you guys have provided to the public. District 4 in Kern County Board of Supervisors was the district that was redrawn, and it was signed off on by a judge, but it has been completely ineffective. And we've had 2 elections now where the entire rural farm worker communities, like every single rural farm worker community in the valley floor of Kern County, has been outvoted by a community that has 98% eligible voter turnout. And so if those, we're having this conversation to figure this out in Kern right now too, because they based that configuration on 2010 data. They're now having to look at that configuration with the 2020 data and make a determination as to whether or not it is effective with the 2020 data. A judge signed off on it under the 2010 data. Would a judge today, if they looked at it, sign off on it? And I would say absolutely not, because there's no way that when you look at a 98% eligible voter turnout for a sliver of a community that doesn't have anything in common with rural farm worker communities, much like the public has given comment tonight and at all the other workshops, they've said, this is the nature of my community. These are the interests in my community. We want to be in a district with other communities like ours that share the same interests. I would wager, I guess, that folks living in Tulare in the part that is to the south and to the west probably would say similar comments to what you heard tonight, that they don't share interests with the northeast part of Tulare. And so that is an indication to me that the data can help us make a good decision about whether or not the Verduzco District 2 is an effective district.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Chairman Hobbs,
Yes.
I'd like to get that question answered by legal counsel. Are we required or obligated or encouraged to look at voter propensity or success as a criteria? I know it's not in the statute, but I'd like to get that addressed by legal counsel, if not this meeting, at the next.
Thank you, Commissioner Mata. I was just about to do that myself, but you beat me to it.
Yeah, we'd be happy to address that at the next meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Could you also, as you're researching that, is any of that cited in statute AB 849 and Government Code 8253 that governs us, and the 1964 Civil Rights, the voting? Because what I'm concerned with is there are set criteria that staff went through these maps with the criteria, but yet we're talking about one that may not be criteria, and we're going to get away from the criteria that we've all been bound by.
We'll be happy
I'm
to,
s-
we'll
I'm
be
sorry,
happy to
but-
address that.
Commissioner Sepulveda. Next, if they'll address it at the next meeting. Did you get that, Marie?
Luis Sepulveda, District 3. Question to Commissioner Verduzco. The area, when I'm looking at District 4, you bring it into District 3. Is that the oval area, Commissioner Verduzco?
Northwest of that, I believe. So kind of the Target Shopping Center area, where that auto zone's at on Dinuba Boulevard.
Yeah.
Kind of that area. And this is just a rough estimate. The county demographer really drew it out. So I don't even, what I see on the map is what you guys saw today as well. I didn't get to pencil it in myself.
And so my follow-up question is, by doing that, then is that what brings Tulare as a host community? Is that the purpose?
Yeah, well, when I was doing it, I was messing around with the map, and the main goal was, we got a lot of input, was keep Tulare and Porterville intact. And I felt that's something everybody was passionate about, and we still need to get the minimum of 3 TVAP Latino districts. And, everybody will go from there, but that was kind of the goal for it. Keep Tulare and Porterville intact while still reaching the 3.
Okay, well, just kind of a comment that nothing precludes us from not looking at the future. And I think it could be a small portion of our consideration when voting on these maps. But I think that it's our obligation to look at all factors, and that even looking at the future and how the growth is. And so anyway, those are the only questions I had with regards to your proposal. Thank you, Jose. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Please.
I noticed in some of the maps that you'd propose, or the map that you propose, you use potential districts or potential housing developments that are in progress or are in the horizon. Is that fair to say? Do I make myself clear? When the maps that you had drawn, you projected growth in certain areas. That's correct, I believe. And I'm not trying to trap you. The point I'm going to get to is there are other districts that have growth going on that could very well affect the outcome of what it looks like in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years. So if we're just focusing in on one district or one small area of the county, while other areas are growing, we're kind of doing an injustice to them, because those areas could very well affect the balance of Latino population.
Our maps are of the data as it was released 2 weeks ago. That's the data that we used, the data that's off the recalculated prison population reallocated. I have not taken into account potential future growth or areas that might be in declining. This is the data as it is as of 2 weeks ago. Part of our goal, and I'm not going to reiterate, as Chairman Hobbs said, the obvious, what we're trying to do is to have this commission put forward maps that comply with everything that we stated. One thing we're trying or hoping is that we don't get into the issue of racialized, polarized voting. And I know your council can brief you on what that means. That's where Ms. Basanta said, looking at voter registration and voting and outcomes and stuff like that. It's called racial polarized voting. Our maps are trying to not get to that level. So should there be a disagreement on whether you only create 2 districts or you create 3 very ineffective districts? Racial polarized voting will be the next step of analysis, and we're more than capable of being able to get to that level. It's a common theme throughout all voting rights cases, and I'm sure your council can advise you on that.
I've got a question for you and your executive officer. Is there taken all the effort that the Dolores Huerta Foundation has gone to, and given the fact that you, and I'm delighted to hear that you didn't make projections, you dealt with the data that we're charged with responsibility for dealing with. I'm really glad to hear that. Is there no way, in your view, that 3 effective CVAP districts can be drawn without separating Tulare into 2 districts?
Our goal was to create the optimal district at less than 1/3 of 1% variance. The answer to the question is, we haven't gone beyond that. But, I like Mr. Verduzco's map. So the answer is I have not done it. This is the map that I put forward. It's at 0%. Obviously, your demographers, your staff will continue to make iterations on that. So we have a starting point of 0%.
Okay. It seems to me and that you're finding too much virtue in that deviation number and not enough virtue in keeping a community whole. Could you not go back to the drawing board, create 3 districts that are effective in terms of in those terms that you wish to have them be effective, without dividing Tulare into 2 districts?
Respectfully, Chairman Hobbs, this is our map. It's at 0 variance. It creates 3 districts. As I mentioned, Mr. Corey and anybody else is more than welcome to generate 20 maps. And so we have, obviously, in Mr. Verduzco's a promising map, but I'm doing, I'm doing 7 supervisorial districts, assembly districts. And so the answer to your question is, this is our map. And please, and this is where our starting point begins.
Okay, but your organization has already had an attorney appear before this commission and in essence say, adopt our map or we'll sue you.
Hey, Chair, this is Commissioner.
I'm the demographer.
You're out of line. You're out of line.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Come on, let's move on.
That is what was said. I'm sorry, but that is what was said to the commission. And I'm just looking for a way, and that's the reason I asked you the question. Can you go back to the drawing board, create districts that do what you want them to do without dividing Tulare? Can you do that? Or better yet, would you be willing to do that?
We have tried to do that and haven't been able to do it yet.
Okay, all right, well, that's an honest answer. Thank you.
Yeah, not for lack of trying either. Definitely, when people are always welcome to come to our coalition spaces And we've had people from all over Tulare County join us. Certainly folks will, the first thing they do is what everybody does when they see a map. How does this impact me, right? Where's my house? And so they'll look at where they are in the map and they'll say, oh, well, you know, what did you do here? Why did you do that? And we haven't, you know, when somebody, like this happened with other parts of our map that we've already told you, we made adjustments based on the feedback we got, where people saw that something had been split. And we always work together as a group and with Mr. Garcia to say, okay, well, if we move the line, if we put it together in the same district, what will it do to equal population? What will it do to the VRA effectiveness factors that we look at? And to your question, I immediately thought about what my brother does for a living. He flies F-18s for the Navy. And I don't know if you've ever been in any of those simulators, but there are instruments everywhere. And you're constantly monitoring all of them. It's a big dashboard. And I kind of view your question about, you know, can it be done? And the variance, can't you move the variance up a little bit? You know, that to me, I immediately was looking at my variance instrument and little alarm bells go off for me, because when you see attempts to accommodate things that are going to require them to make an adjustment to the variance, it's usually an indication of a reduction in effectiveness in another aspect of the map. So that's why I try to keep everything in mind in terms of like they are indicators of effectiveness. That's how I view it. I don't know if that's helpful to you, but that's how I think about it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Mata would like to speak as well.
Thank you, Melinda. I think my question's been answered since my hand was up, but I'd want to make it clear. I don't think Commissioner Hobbs or Chairman Hobbs is asking or directing the Dolores Huerta Foundation to change their map, although there could be some encouragement to do so. I think it's more, we've all been trying to understand why Tulare was split. And when I raised my hand, what I was hearing was, we split it, we just started that way. And my question would be why? And the other statement I'd like to make is that Tulare is very different east to west, and yet you split it north to south. Not sure why that would happen if you were trying to make sure that the west side and the east side were considered in this. It isn't a community that's split north to south. And lastly, as we're talking about growth of each of these communities, on each of your maps, you'll see a red line. Those red lines around those cities are their growth boundaries for the next 20 years. So you can see that Tulare and Visalia do not touch in the next 20 to 30 years, as do a couple other communities, Cutler, Rossi. In some of those areas, they aren't cities, they're communities of interest, and those are their ultimate boundaries of those community of interest. But just wanted to provide that clarification. We do have an idea of where growth will occur in the next 10, 20, 30 years, and Tulare and Visalia will not grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mata.
Just another clarification, again, the map is as of the data today, did not consider growth. The request of the map, the way it is, as Ms. Pesante has stated, is part of a community that has come together over the past several weeks and months. And we had a member, and the ladies from the women voters are here, that clearly stated the divide where it had to be. Now, the final outcome is based on the population. My personal choice, I would have kept going further south. And so to your question, anticipate growth, I could have moved that line further east-west, but again, because of the population as it exists now, that is divide. Last time when I gave a present, I gave a nice little picture of some beautiful communities. I would love to live in one of those places. But that's for the future. The lines are today, and the way the divide was created was based on the population data and at the request from the multiple members that are on our Tuesday meeting. And you are all more than welcome to come in and be a part of that.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I had a quick question. This is probably for John here. I was looking at your analysis, and it only shows 2 districts being majority Hispanic CVAP. I was wondering what your minimum number for that would be, because I have on my map 3 Hispanic majority over 50% for voter age.
Are we talking about the Verduzco map or your map?
My map.
Yeah, that's a good question. So there are 2 that we would say over. There is one 50% and one 49%, which I think is a 49, easily could be defined as right there at half. But there are 2 strong ones that really, because of some of the factors that were just mentioned by members of the public, that they would more clearly demonstrate that a majority of Latino citizen voting age population have the ability to influence the outcome of the election. At 50% or 49%, although that's right at the defined perhaps majority, it would be hard to really characterize that as a community able to influence the candidate of their choice. So the 56 and the 61 are what we are considering as majority districts.
All right, thank you. That clarifies that. Well, I am proud to say that I balanced that out as much as possible. I did my best to create as many Hispanic majority districts as possible. I wanted to get at least 4. I almost nearly got 4, but it's very difficult to do with the ways that I was drawing it with the certain boundaries. But I am proud to say that I was able to keep all the urban development boundaries mostly in their respective district. It looks like there may be a little slither going outside of Woodlake. I'll have to look at that closer on the interactive map.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also I do have a question for the Dolores Foundation. Is it you say that you didn't project future growth? I remember seeing a graph showing 5-year growth. I think it's fair to say that we can analyze the UBD lines in trying to keep those within the boundaries, but I do remember seeing that before today.
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you very much. What I've done is I've taken not only the statewide database, but also data from what's called the Redistricting Hub. And it was it's part of what we do, which is just sort of look at where things are going in the future. But again, the map as is created is of data as of 2 weeks ago. And in fact, the projected counts, if you recall my presentation, are out of whack. The county, the Central Valley of California has superseded all expectations. And in fact, Tulare, Kings, Kern are already up at the 2030 estimates of population. So it's there to showcase where the future is going. But again, if you notice, I didn't go down and analyze, the tiny little streets here and there. The data on the maps is as of 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Right. I just wanted to quickly add, I agree that it is not proper to speculate on future growth of municipalities outside of the already defined UBD. I think that it would, or UDB, right? It would be improper to do otherwise. I think it is very fair to say, based on the entire growth change that we've been seeing, is that all my districts, or at least four of those 4 districts that were nearly all Latino majority, are going to be majority for sure in the near future if we were to speculate. But again, it is, in my opinion, best to focus on what we have today.
Thank you.
Chairman Hobbs,
Yes,
as your vice chair, could I exert my privilege a little bit and encourage us to move on? We have 5 additional maps
yeah.
to review, and we continue to have people come back and forth up to the.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Mata, and I was just going to plead with the audience that unless your comment is absolutely essential,
And it's very
we'd
short.
like to move on.
If I could.
Yes.
Miley Melkonian from Visalia. I believe that Mr. Wells misinterpreted what Mr. Garcia said a number of meetings ago regarding projections. I believe that Mr. Garcia's was using the term projection in anticipating what the census data would be when it flowed into the county. He was not.
With all due respect, Mr. Garcia is perfectly capable of defending himself, and for you to interpret what Corey may be thinking about what Mr. Garcia has said is just,
I'm hearing the term projections used 2 different ways. That's what I wanted to say.
okay.
To clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
over here, Melinda, clerk.
yeah.
I do have a Dale Simmons who's been waiting on Zoom. If we can go ahead and
For-
take her comment.
For public comment,
Yes, on this matter.
is that the only one we have waiting?
That's what I have, but we also have Raina who has some, I believe, comments as well. We've been-
That is
Well,
correct.
At this point, I'm going to ask if the issue that the persons that Raina has or that you have already been addressed, because we spoke to repetition and redundancy earlier in the meeting. And we've got 5 maps that we need to deal with yet this evening. So as I said, unless the comments are absolutely essential in the view of the person making them, we'd like to move on.
I'd like to, Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from the gentleman on Zoom. If he's been waiting.
All right.
This is Commissioner Gomez.
I
I
would
would
echo
also
that.
encourage our community members to please step up and speak if you want to speak. Absolutely. Thank you.
This is Commissioner James, and I agree. We need to hear everybody.
Okay.
That was Commissioner Gomez. I thought Commissioner Gomez was absent.
She came in about 7:30. She
I
did
see.
a-
Thank you.
attend. Dale Simmons. Dale Simmons, if you can unmute your mic.
Yeah, hi, this is Dale Simmons. I live in Visalia. My address is in your file. I've tried to speak earlier, and I've been waiting for over an hour to talk. I'd just like to, as you know, like to see the Foothill and Mountain communities as one community of interest, support the Equitable Map Coalition. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bless your heart. She waited an hour to do that. Oh, bless your heart. Raina, you have people?
Thank you. Yes. I do have a comment from a community member. Is this better? Okay. Yes, and we do have a community member who was actually waiting. She just let me know for 2 hours and 19 minutes. It has been hard to retrieve all of the comments from the phone line since we cannot see them. And they cannot raise their hand, but she did want to let me know that she has actually been waiting for 2 hours and 19 minutes. Mrs. Maria Escalera lets us know that she is from the community of Lindsay. She supports the Equity Coalition map. And she, as many of the community members who have been spoken and feels that it is important for her words to be heard. She is from District 1, especially from the rural areas in Tulare County, where she currently resides, and she would like to have good representation on the map. And make sure that resources that they currently are not able to have and that forces them to come into the communities of Visalia and others, that they can actually have access to those type of items or resources in their community. Many of the community members that live in those rural areas, very much like Farmersville, Strathmore, Lynn Cove, have so much in common, and they really feel that this map will represent them well. Many have to go shopping into places such as Tulare and Visalia, but they would like to have good resources, and that can be accomplished through good representation. Thank you.
Do you have anyone else, Raina?
No other comments on the phone.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? You deacon me there, and we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Where's my?
We are now at that point on the agenda where John leads us into item 7 on the agenda.
That's right. Thank you all for sticking through this. Hopefully everyone's still awake. This is going to be a process of going through all 5 of the maps that staff has put together. So please buckle up. Make sure you got some coffee. It's going to be a little while here. What we're going to do is we're going to go through 3 phases of this presentation. First, we're going to look at each of the 5 maps. We're going to Mark Clark, the GIS guru of the county. He's going to come up and show you the map, and then I'll provide the analysis. We'll do that 5 times, maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the reason we're doing it that way is because we want to make sure that the commission sees all 5 maps and the analysis before proceeding through these phases. Then, once he and I are completed with our portions, we'll hand it back to the commission, and the commissioners we will have commissioner comments on the first map, public comments on the first map, then proceed to the second map, and to the third, the fourth, the fifth. And then once commissioners and public have both had the opportunity to provide comments on all 5 maps, then will be the time for proposed action. And we are requesting that the commission take action one by one, first map, second map, and so forth. As staff, we can memorialize the direction much more clearly that way, rather than sort of jumping back and forth between maps. And then we have a hard time discerning that and then coming back clearly with the map direction that you've given us in a week from now. If you recall, tonight there are 4 meetings left. There's 3 meetings left after tonight. This is the 4th of the remaining meetings. Today, all 5 maps are going to be, we're asking for you to approve them tonight. Perhaps if you want to, if there's a consensus to eliminate one, then of course you have that prerogative. But we are seeking your direction on all 5 maps. We will come back with all 5 revised maps next week. At that time, we would certainly want you to eliminate one and revise the remaining 4. And then at the last meeting, there would be 3 maps presented. So 5 today, 5 next week, 4, and then finally 3 on October 21st is our last meeting. So we're getting really close to the end here.
Okay, and so for clarification purposes, John, the maps presented by parties other than commission and staff will automatically be included in that material that goes to the Board of Supervisors.
Correct.
Okay, so we will not be voting on the Dolores Huerta Foundation's map or Corey's map or Commissioner Verduzco's.
As was mentioned at a previous commission meeting, it is the prerogative of a commissioner to propose that and seek support and a consensus, through the vote of an action to make that motion. But I certainly want to make clear that it will be submitted anyways. But if the commissioners or a commissioner feels very strongly about, community map 1, 2, or 3 now, that you want it to be included as part of your final 3 maps, you have that prerogative as well.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner James.
Yes, yeah,
I had a
Commissioner
question.
James.
So I made a motion earlier. There was a second, and you quashed it.
No,
I'm ready to make that motion again before we get into this commission map review. And if you're going to deny it, you need to state the reasons why, because we have all made motions in the past, and this would be the first time that a motion was denied.
Scott, I'm sorry you feel that way, because I had no intent to deny. I think I indicated that you'd have an opportunity to make your motion later in the meeting. As John just outlined, we'd prefer that you wait until all the maps are presented. But if you insist upon making your motion now, please go ahead and do so.
Okay, thank you, John, for standing by for just a quick second here. My understanding, as we all understand as commissioners, we have the opportunity to choose 3 maps to move forward to be presented to the Board of Supervisors. Or if we wanted to choose 2 or 1, that's our choice as a whole. At this time, based on all the public comment, it has been very clear that the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition presented has a lot of support. I make the motion that we move forward and select the Tulare County Equitable Map Coalition map as one of the 3 to move forward to the Board of Supervisors. And by doing that, I think everybody can move forward and we can start focusing on these other maps.
This is Commissioner Gomez. I will second that.
Commissioner Gomez seconded that. Is that correct?
Yes, unless Luis, you want to beat me to it, that's fine too.
No, go ahead. I'm fine. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Does
Some clarification, please.
certainly,
John, this will be one of the 3. It will already be presented to the Board of Supervisors, correct?
Yes.
And we're voting on it to be only one of the 3.
Yes, before you've seen any other maps prepared by staff, you would be including this as one of your 3 maps to the board. So you would only have, and you could include, if you want 9 maps to go to the board, that is also your prerogative. We've advised 3 to keep it manageable for the commission, but also to make sure that there's a focus to the priorities that that the commission feels that you want to recommend to the board. More than 3 gets into a lot of competing priorities.
Okay.
County Council.
So my question would be to, sorry, this is Commissioner Blako.
I'd like to question County Commissioner, or I mean, County Council before you weigh in, please. Is there any problem with acting on this motion as is?
No.
Okay.
If the commission is ready to take action on it, it's in order.
Okay, thank you.
So my question to Scott, was your intention to, it seemed twofold here. One is it your intention to limit the submissions by the commission to 3 with the motion and make this one of 3, or just make this one of the maps that we provide to the Board of Supervisors?
It would be one of however many maps we decide.
Okay.
But at this time, I understand it's one of the 3 because that's what was recommended. But obviously, somebody could make a motion later and say, hey, I think we should send 6.
Yeah, I just wanted that point of clarification after he mentioned that 3 was not a set number. I don't know if you're trying to fix the number as well.
No, and I thought by getting this, it's a good map. It's obviously been brought up by everybody coming to speak or public comment, and I think it would just get us to move forward and focus on these other maps and say, hey, yeah, this is a good map. Let's move on.
All right, we still have 5 maps to review this evening. So is there any other discussion on the from commissioners?
Hi, this is Commissioner Gomez. So as Commissioner James mentioned earlier, this is significantly supported by community. It's inclusive of all or most communities of interest within Tulare County. And I just really admire the extent in which this group organized residents. They've brought in folks that traditionally haven't participated in this process and have historically been excluded. It's bipartisan, it's racially equitable, it has been drawn fairly, transparently, with accuracy. And I just feel like putting our approval on this would give it more weight for the Board of Supervisors to consider in their review of maps. If this could be one of an additional 3, then that would be my preference. So that way we can continue to still look at more maps and adopt it. But as Commissioner James has put forward this motion, I am in complete support.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Real quick,
There
Jose.
being none, the clerk, excuse me?
Can you hear me? Jose Verduzco?
Go ahead, Jose.
I also like the map brought forward by the Dolores Huerta Foundation. My only concern, and it's got nothing to do with their map, they've done a great job bringing in residents from all over the county that a lot of them don't speak English, and I applaud them for that. The outreach everybody's done. My concern is I don't want this to be well, they added their map, let's add this map, and we go past the 3 that the county recommended, because if it could get to that point where we're sending 7 to the county board of supervisors or 8, and then it dilutes the importance of the original 3.
Agreed.
And that's it.
Any other comments? There being none, the clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
No, and only because it's inappropriate to vote on this before we've considered any other maps. No.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
No.
Commissioner Mata,
No.
Commissioner McCurvey,
No.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Yes.
Commissioner Verduzco.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 yes, 4 no.
So with that, we can proceed with staff's presentation of 5 maps, and we will begin our presentation. So Mr. Clark is going to get us going with the first map, which is in your packet, map 7A, commission map number 1.
Okay. Wait, we gotta get my screen up there. And I didn't bring any gifts, I'm sorry. It's just me and my maps. All right, so I made these maps. The first 4 I'm gonna present. Wait, there's one thing I need to say first. The data that came out on the 20th, it's not in here because on Tuesday morning that our software vendor was putting the data in, and their late Monday night, there was an email from the state that they had redid their data that they released Tuesday, that it was wrong and they had redid it. And so they are putting that in. We have redone our part of the data. They're putting the new data in on Monday. So the data from the incarcerated data was put on the 20th, but it then changed on the 27th. And so I don't know how much it changed, but we'll get it in on Monday, but this data won't reflect those 2,000 people that got added, just so you know. So here's the first one, and these are based on the criteria that was decided on or sort of distilled down from the last meeting. So this one, it does not split the mountains into 2. I tried to achieve, you can see that the target deviation right here, the 3rd column over is pretty low. It's it's 0.8 or 2.8 total. And then over here, the 3rd near the end is the % Hispanic citizens voting age. So I tried to maximize those, but again, stop splitting the mountains and not splitting the city of Tulare. But I did have to split Visalia into 3. And I can zoom in and around if anybody wants to see closer to the details because it's live. And then the % Hispanic over 18 over at the end, that's the actual census data, while the voting age population is not census data. It's added later based on other surveys and stuff. So if you have questions or you want to see something else, let me know. I'll zoom in, but it doesn't split the mountains, doesn't split Tulare, It sort of keeps the traditional areas and traditional communities in the districts, but achieves a low deviation and makes 3 strong Hispanic citizen voting age populations.
And it provides a super mountain district.
And it does.
Commissioner
And
Blanco,
it
just
doesn't-
a quick question.
Sure.
Go.
Yes, are these viewable if we log in and look at the system? Are we able to access these somewhere to look at?
Some of them are. The others, I will have to share them into the group that I believe you're in. Some are there and some aren't. I was noticing earlier. So you can't quite log in, but by the end of the day tomorrow, they will be where you can see them.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Verduzco here. Question. Go. Am I good to
Go ahead, Commissioner Verduzco.
When do you think you'll have them up, Mr. Clark? Because I know the county drew my suggested map, and I had some people were asking me specific questions, but I wasn't able to zoom into the PDF version in the detail I would like, so I wasn't able to address those questions. When do you think we'll have like a live version where we get very fine detail ready?
If you can log into the app, I will make that's the same as the other question. I'll make it available by the end of the day. I'll share that with the group that I believe all the commissioners are in, so you can show people.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know that.
Okay.
Sepulveda.
Commissioner Sepulveda. Mark, I have a question with regards to District 4, where you removed a portion of North Visalia.
Yes.
And brought into District 3. What, could you zoom into that area and show me, please, what neighborhood are you taking from District 4 and put it into District 3?
I believe it was this oval area mainly.
This oval area?
Yeah, and you can see one sort of incurred over into up to increase its HCVAP. So I can kind of increase it over more than it was. Rearrange the North Visalia area quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Diaz, in District 1, in the Wood Lake area, does a portion of Wood Lake creep into District 4?
It is on the very edge. You can see on the map, I got it zoomed in. It might be easier to see the one right behind you too. And those census blocks right there, they won't have a lot of population. I could probably change those if that was what the board wanted me to kind of move it away from the Wood Lake. Right, those 3 blocks right there. Yeah, there's that. I don't believe that will change the population totals very much. So it could be changed if that's what the board wants me to try.
We got 4 more maps to look at.
It's gonna be a long night.
And they're all
believe
good
me.
ones. They're all good.
So,
It's gonna be a long process. So the analysis, I'll go quickly through the analysis here. The deviation is 2.78%, which is good. It's as good as it was 10 years ago, well within the 10%. As I mentioned earlier, there's 0% is good, but that doesn't mean you have to have 0%. You don't have to have 0%, nor do you have to have anything. You have an ability to seek some latitude on that percentage. The Latino citizen voting age population are very, very good numbers for 3 majority districts, 255, almost 56%, and 1 nearly 63%. So 3 very good districts. 3 contiguity, they're all contiguous. 4, I should slow down a little further. The Terabella Ducor are with Porterville. West Goshen's in District 4. Foothill Mountain is in 1 district. Tulare Visalia is not in the same. Tule River's in the same. Porterville is District 5. Visalia is divided into more than 2, which is 3. And the request on this map was to maintain Tulare in 1 district, and that is achieved. And it is achieved within the tolerance of the population deviation and the Latino citizen voting age population criteria as well. And then the identifiable boundaries are used. Compactness, District 5 is uncompact, as we've discussed earlier. And to the extent that we have data available to us, they do not appear to favor or discriminate against political parties. So now opportunity for commission comments and public comments.
Okay, any commissioner comments? Any commissioner questions? I have one. And unless I'm mistaken, this first map creates a foothill mountain district where all the foothills and mountainous area of the county are in one district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It does not divide the city of Tulare,
Correct.
and it provides 3 strong Hispanic majority districts.
Correct.
Okay, which is in essence what I asked the Dolores Huerta Foundation if this could be done. So thank you for answering my question.
Absolutely.
One quick comment. Since you said that little Wood Lake sliver was just a few houses there, I'd like to include that in Wood Lake since the rest of us are there. It makes sense.
Mark, he's talking to you.
I know, but I don't know if I'm supposed to do it right now.
No, I'm
Wait.
just saying. I said I would like you to consider that.
I can do it right now.
Right now.
But I think that's
We'll wait,
that's
Mark.
what we want to do. We'll do it. That'll be one of the comments recorded and next week it'll be done that way. Yeah.
Can you do it now?
I can.
You
Come on,
can.
let's go
Those
to
3
bed.
little census blocks won't take very long. Watch him do it, actually. He'll go to that.
I just gotta put him in District 1.
He'll
It's
choose
just a matter
the
of-
district, and then he'll go to a highlight select tool, and he'll select him, and there you go.
There you go.
It's already
You can see
done.
the question. It actually kind of brought up about the same. Yeah.
Wow.
Commissioner Sepulveda has a question.
We just moments ago passed the motion to adopt the Equitable Map Coalition proposal. And my concern about the map you're presenting is that that one sliver of the population from District 4, and we heard over and over and over again that the people from District 4 wanted to continue to be in District 4. However, in order to, as far as I can determine, we want to keep Tulare as a whole. I'm not quite sure why some people are adamant about it, but my opinion is that that small sliver of the population in the Oval area would probably be best represented in District 4 than in District 3. And I would consider asking you maybe present another map.
I have other maps that might do that.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah, I got 4 more.
I was a little premature.
They're all
there,
gonna be
wasn't I?
different right there.
So, okay, but that's my only concern is
Yeah.
that sliver, because it's so important that population is represented.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, never mind. I'll pass.
Any public comments on?
I'll be brief. I just want to make sure, thank you, that if adjustments are made to a map that the commission is considering, that we are being really explicit about how that is at the point the adjustment is made, that is when the 7 days are going to start in terms of when the commission would be able to, and perhaps county council can weigh in on this. I just want to make sure that the commission has the proper clear instruction on how long they would have to consider the map if it is, because now it's a different map. It's a version 2.0 of ARC 001. So I guess I just wanted to ask how the commission is going to evaluate that time period.
So I'll try my best to answer the question as I believe it to be presented. The commission will not be adopting, well, other than the map that was adopted already tonight, the commission, to the extent that they are being asked by staff is not going to ask them to adopt any final maps until October 21st. So they'll have ample time to make modifications between now and then and provide those notice revisions at each of the next commission meetings. So the revisions tonight will not be, unless it is the prerogative of the commission. We have not asked them to do so, but they are not being requested to adopt these maps tonight in any final form.
Can we move on to the next map?
I think that's probably all the public comments. Looks like we have on 7A.
All right, then we get
All
to
right.
it. Boom.
7B, I'll hand it off to Mark. He'll do the map presentation for this.
I'm gonna open ARC 002. Come on. There goes. Something happened. It slowed down all of a sudden. All right. This is, again, it's the request was the one mountain district. It's a lot like the other one, but I tried to get the percent Hispanic voting age population as high. I tried to get 4 districts that was 50% or greater. That proved to be nearly impossible, but you can see on the percent Hispanic voting age, there's again 3 really high ones, and then 5, if you look, I think 5 is higher than it was in the other one. And 30 and number 3 is actually a little higher too. I'm gonna go to the, so it's got a little bit different stats and different target deviation, but still keeping Tulare as a whole and the mountains as a whole, and then some of the traditional areas together. And if I zoom in, the oval is still in 3 in this one, because it does make it really different. You know, it's a highly populated area and does make drastic changes when you do it. So that's basically, it's very similar, but there are little differences to the stats.
Does this map include West Goshen in District 4?
It does. It's right over here. It's right there.
Thank you.
I believe all mine do, but we should check each one.
John?
Yes, if there aren't any other specific areas that you want Mark to look at, I can go through the analysis. 2.94 deviation, close to the 2011 figure. 4 districts, well, 3 districts are, 2 districts I would characterize as well above the Latino CVAT, perhaps 55 and up. 1 is 52, and then 1 at 47, which really is, I would not, it's listed here as close but not a majority. It's not, I would not characterize it as consistent with the VRA for this purpose. 3 contiguity, they're all contiguous. Terabella Ducor are with Porterville, West Goshen's in District 4. Foothill Mountain is in 1 district. This is the second of the 2 mega mountain districts. Tulare, Visalia are not in the same district. Tule River tribal lands are in the same. Porterville's in District 5. Visalia is divided into more than 2, which is 3 districts. And I don't recall, looks like city of Tulare is the integrity of the city of Tulare's limits are preserved.
Yes.
And then identifiable boundaries are utilized. District 5 is again not compact, perhaps. And then no political parties, to the extent that we are aware of them, are favored or discriminated against in the making of this map.
Commissioners have any comments? Any public comment? I guess that takes us to map number 3. Oh.
Lucia Vasquez, is this on? You hear me? Lucia Vasquez, I'm putting on my public hat for a minute.
Terrific.
I just wanted to make a note on 2 and 3 are actually the same for my little comment that I want to make. Poplar, if you look to the east of Porterville, there's a little sliver of it that's missing. So since we have that deviation, if I can ask that when we're going to keep people whole, let's keep them whole, and let's not that little, there may not even be anybody there now, but if we could keep that little part of Poplar in there, I speak for the people of Poplar today, even though have to tell you, I live by the oval and I'm getting shifted back and forth everywhere on my public hat, but I get it. But please, I don't know if there's anybody from Poplar here today, but if you could keep that little sliver in map 2 or map 3 or any other map that you do, just like we did for Wood Lake, that would be great. Thank you.
On to 3?
Yep, I think that looks like
On to
public
3.
comments concluded on that. Right?
Can you see the sliver all right, Mark?
She may have been referring to the first plan. On that one, I couldn't see it.
Right where the 3 districts come together, where districts 2 and 1 and 5 come together, you'll see Poplar Cotton Center.
Okay.
You see Woodville and then Poplar Cotton Center just to the southeast of
Yeah.
it. You notice that actually there's 3 districts, that the southern portion of Poplar and Cotton Center are just in District 5 and a sliver in District 2.
Okay, then you want me to change that for the next time?
I believe if the commission's agreeable to make sure that they're preserved into perhaps the majority of it looks like it's already in District 1.
Okay.
Any,
I'm working on Plan 3, so I didn't want to go back and look at it.
Any concern for Mark on that change to Poplar Cotton Center?
Nope.
All right, then we'll move to
On to map number 3,
map 3,
please.
7C in your packet.
Plan 3 was, it sort of had a similar criteria to Plan 1, but it was okay to split the mountains into 2 because there was a little bit of support for both. So this one splits the mountains into 2. Again, it keeps Tulare in 1 district. It gets a little bit close to the edges of it. You can see the target deviation is it's not even 2 total. The Hispanic voting age, there are 3 really high, actually pretty high districts, and 1 that is right at the edge. I really tried to get 4, but between District 2 and District 5, you wind up swapping little small percentage points when you swap the small cities. So let's say, and then West Goshen is in 4. The Oval area is in 1. And so that, and Wood Lake over here is all in 4. It's well within 4. So, well, in Porterville, it's still pretty far away from the edges of Porterville too.
While Mark is zooming around for you to look at, I'm going to go through the analysis for you. 1.89 population deviation. I think it's the best one of the 3 we've seen so far. 3, again, very high 50s, mid 50s, 55.9, which is 56, and then 58.2 and 59.1 Latino citizen voting age population districts, which is consistent with the assignment provided by the commission. All 5, well, actually, Mark, I was just looking at it. Dr. Vasquez's comments drew me to Poplar Cotton Center again, and I see a little sliver of District 2 that appears to be non-contiguous.
There is. That
So
should
I would
not-
say that
I'm horrified.
it is in violation of criteria number 3. We have a red alert here.
I am quite horrified that would be there.
All right, community integrity, Terabel and Ducourt together with Porterville. Yes, they are. West Goshen's in District 4. Foothill Mountain, the assignment on this one was to do 2 districts. You can see that's the case here. Tulare, Visalia are not in the same district. Tule River tribal lands are in the same district. Porterville's in District 5. Visalia is divided into 3 districts. And Tulare is, I'm scanning out, there's a lot of kind of coterminous boundaries there. It appears to be within 1 supervisorial district within the city limits.
If you can look at the map real quick, I want to point out that there's a little weird arrow going down into Tulare. That whole district, that whole little census block, it actually will go, if I select it and put it in 3, then it goes the other way, or put it in 2. It goes the other way. It points up like a little arrow into District 3. And that's the highway alignment where there's nobody at. So it looks weird, but it's going to look weird however we put it, unless we just stay a long ways away from it.
I would like anybody to raise their hand if they saw that on the map, other than Mark, because that is precise. That is good.
Well, it irritates me.
Yeah. So identifiable boundaries, other than that little sliver there, compactness, districts 4 and 5, because District 4, especially on this map, if you notice, the way it is drawn, it's rather different. And I think the next few maps are kind of different than the way they've historically been drawn. Not that that's
Where do you see that?
an issue necessarily, but the 3 Rivers is included in District 4, as are most of the current District 4 communities of Wood Lake, Cutler, Osi, Dinuba, Ivanhoe, So you see it kind of stretches into some new territory for District 4 on this map. And then it does not appear to discriminate against any political parties that we're aware of. All right, commission comment and public comment.
Commissioners? Any Zooming commissioners wish to comment?
We're all sleeping, Chair.
Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, not allowed.
You're not supposed to rat us out, Scott.
No, Mark, this is Scott James. Great map so far. I mean, I did not expect anything less. I mean, I knew all your maps were going to be good, and no worries. Looks good.
Okay, that's enough laudatory comments. Let's move on.
I had one more clarification. This is Commissioner Gomez.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to make sure that I heard right, Mark or John, out of the maps that we've seen so far, so only one have achieved 4 Hispanic CVAP districts, or it's almost 4.
This one is the closest. It is almost for 49% for number 5, 49.5% for number 5.
Okay, so none of the maps that you presented have a complete 4.
Right. Again, though, the CVAP data is a census data estimate from the years 2015 to 2019, because they don't count it in the census, and it's divided out and put onto the blocks, and we added it here. So I don't like the 49.48 is a deceptive number because it's showing precision that's not actually in the data.
Okay.
Does map 4 give you 4 over 50%?
Are we on 4 right now?
It's no
map 4 does.
Map 4.
Map 4 does give a 51.9% as well.
Okay,
We haven't gotten there yet.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Oh, I know which one that one is. That one makes a radical change.
It is. It is.
It is.
All right, do we want to move on to map 4? All right.
Yes.
Map 4. Here
Thank
we
you.
go. Hold on to your hats.
Yeah, they get a little more out there.
Oh, if you want to see one, I got one that's out there if you want to see it. Okay, this one is the one, again, I split the mountains and try to get 4% 4 Hispanic citizens voting age districts above 50%, which is what I did. You can see the radical change is District 1, taking all those mountains because we wanted to keep the reservation as a whole, right? So I kept it in 5 because to put it in 1 would unbalance everything, but I had to go around it to get the 4 at 50% or above. And it keeps Tulare. Again, it starts to crowd the boundaries. Well, it's the same. It's got that same little weird sliver. It's got a little weird sliver there. And the oval area is in 1. And then let's see, Wood Lake is well within 4. So this one does achieve the 50%. If you look, it does switch up, get close to 5 and kind of shrinks District 5 down. But it does achieve the 4 over 50%.
Where is Springville in that map?
Springville
1
is going to be in 1.
Yeah, can you
just
show me?
outside
Can you
of
zoom
District
in?
5.
It's going to be right up in here. Yeah.
Okay, got I see it.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you.
So I think one of the instructive things of this map, or one of the things that I think is important to sort of derive from this map, is that 5 majority, not perhaps super majority or high majority citizen voting age Latino population districts is certainly achievable. And this shows that it's achievable, but it's achievable by doing some very different ways of mapping the Board of Supervisors districts than they have been in the past. District 5, for example, would be a pretty radical change for most of the residents that live outside of the mountains right there adjacent to Porterville. So all of the areas affected by the fires, the Windy Fire right now, for example, is in a different district than District 5. Pretty different kind of change than what we've seen in the past. But that the instructions, of course, were to make 5 or 4 majority citizen voting age populations for the Hispanic community, and that's done here. So I'm going to run through the population equalities and the other stats here. 2.75. I think you're seeing a theme here. 0 wasn't the primary goal for us, getting as close to 0, but maintaining the other important categories was our goal. Legal compliance, there are 4 above 50, 1 nearly 60, and 2 in the mid 50s. All 5 are geographically contiguous, it appears. Terabella Ducor are with Porterville. West Goshen is in District 4. Foothill Mountain Community is not in one district. Tulare and Visalia are not in the same district. Tule River tribal lands are in the same district, as with Porterville in that case as well. Porterville's in District 5, and Visalia is divided into 3 districts. I see Tulare is preserved into 1 district, and districts are drawn using identifiable boundaries. Districts 4 and 1, I think there was a typo in your packet. It should say 4 and 1, not 4 and 5, are the least geographically compact, spanning nearly the entire width of the county. And to the extent that we're aware of, it doesn't appear to favor or discriminate against a political party. So we're happy to hear any commissioner comments or public comments.
Commissioners, Zoomers? Nothing?
Scott James here. Mark, looks good. Interesting layout between 1 and 5.
It is fun, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
I have a question, Commissioner Mata. Actually, for Scott. Scott, I know you speak to the mountain communities more than other commissioners. This map, it essentially has them in 3, or am I not really seeing this right?
No, it's 2. Because you got 3 rivers over in District 4.
Right, but aren't part of the mountains here in District 5 and then the rest in 1, or am I not?
This isn't a map that I would even.
No, I'm asking the question just because I'm not familiar with the area.
Basically, this would be 3 mountain and foothill communities.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a competing goal on that, and it could probably be 2, but we wanted to keep the tribal area with Porterville. That was one of the requests that was made.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you're
not
right, it
saying
is
that
very
it's good or bad, Mark. I really was not familiar enough with the topography there.
I was just explaining the reason, that's all.
Any other questions or comments from Zooming commissioners? There being none, let's move on to the next map.
All right, we've survived to the last map here. Mark, go ahead and give us the rundown.
So with 5 is one where the board, the commission kind of told me to do my own thing. And I have a wild map that sort of meets the criteria, but that's not what I want to show here. This one is one where in the last time we tried to get a 60% Hispanic voting age population in a district. So I thought I would try to get 2 in this district, in this one. And you can see I've achieved 2. I've actually kept Tulare whole and Porterville whole, all the major cities whole. And the deviation is way down. District 1 winds up being, it looks kind of like a man trying to eat Porterville. And it obviously, I just noticed that looking here. It does move a bunch of traditional small communities into one to achieve that 60% Hispanic voting age population. I just wanted to see if it could be done without splitting Tulare and keeping the mountains whole. And it can, but you get a man-eating Porterville district. And that was the main goal. To not present something. I didn't want to present something so wild it wouldn't be considered. Just something that shows their alternatives to whatever can be done.
I'm curious as to the analysis of this district.
So the map that actually, Mr. Hobbs, you might recall from 10 years ago is a gentleman named Mr. Quiros submitted a map, and that was somewhat of the basis of this one. And that was my understanding from reading the records from from that time, that it appears that that was something of a similar nature of discussion, perhaps of the Equity Coalition map this time around, that it was something that there was, some wisdom behind, and there was some support
Can I
behind.
comment on that, John?
Uh-huh.
He's exactly right. This was presented by Robert Quiros, who it's sort of my Robert Quiros, not a memorial plan because he might be alive, but I graduated with him from Fresno State, and he was at the first 2 redistrictings I did presenting maps. None got approved, but this is a lot like his ideas, at least from 10 years ago. And so I decided to try them, trying to reach that 60%, and it does work out. So it's my tribute to Robert, who I only see every 10 years, but not this year, so I'm disappointed.
Well, hey, Mark, can you zoom into Visalia real quick on this map?
You bet.
While you're doing that, Mark, I'll go through the analysis.
I think North Visalia is in 1. I mean, Ogle's in 1, but a lot of North Visalia is in 4.
So deviation of populations 1.5 or 1.58%. It's the best of the 5 that we presented. And talking about the best of the 5 that we presented, it has very, very solid Hispanic citizen voting age population majorities in 3 districts, 2 at 60, 1 at 55. And I didn't see what the other 2. The other 2 are quite low, 36.5 and 45.5, probably to ensure those other 3 have high numbers. Contiguity looks like it is contiguous from here. There are, Mark, there are some areas, Tipton I see is a little out, Poplar Cotton Center is a little, there's some just clean up small items to make sure that those unincorporated communities are in 1 district. Terabella is not with, and Ducor are not with Porterville. West Goshen is in District 4. This is a mega mountain district. Tulare, Visalia are not in the same districts. Tule River tribal lands are in the same. Porterville is in District 5. Visalia is divided into 3 districts. And as was mentioned earlier, City of Tulare is preserved in 1 district pretty cleanly. The districts are drawn using identifiable boundaries. District 5 is the least geographically compact because of the mega mountain model, and they don't appear to have any discrimination or favoritism towards any political party.
Mark, how much do you suppose it would alter District 1 if you put Pixley and Tipton back in 2?
Well, I would have to go and get population out of Visalia to balance District 1. And it would also drop it out of the 60.15% voting age. It would drop it out of that. It would not, with Exeter being in there and then more parts of Visalia, it would drop it out of the 60%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, and I would have to move District 3 further south towards Tulare because that District 2 would have to lose population if I put those other 2 in as a gain.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just tradition.
I know.
Pixley and Tipton have been in District 2 forever.
It's non-traditional.
That would be a big change for this map.
All right, commissioners, Sepulveda.
Sepulveda. What's the opportunities that we might have to have you go back onto these maps? I like this last map. But if you could entertain me, and that one area that you took away from District 4 and put in District 3, and then go back and split up Tulare with the same area, the northeast part of Tulare, because they do have a common, interest.
I honestly drew a plan that does that, but that's a lot of what the Community Plan 1 does, and so I didn't want to be redundant. I have it one split a different way. We're just not presenting it because you have one like that, but if that's the direction, I can clean up.
Well, and I'll step in on that to talk about process, because Mark just mentioned, if that's the direction, what we want to make sure for staff and for the future record and for the Board of Supervisors, that the direction is memorialized via an action per each map to staff. So we know that there's a majority of the commissioners who would like us to proceed with the revisions proposed. So at this next stage, if the public comment and commission discussion is concluded on district or on map 5, or when that's ready, the request would be to go back to map 1 with an action and any revisions, and someone would make a motion to give us the direction to make any revisions, and you would then enter into that discussion that you have for motions and seconds.
Okay, so that motion you're referring to can occur anytime in the next several meetings that we're about to have.
So tonight, what we're asking for is motions on, we're asking for every meeting to have a motion on the revisions to the map that you would like us to have per 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for us to come back. We have a week to bring back revisions on all of these maps, and we want to make sure we're doing so at the majority direction of the commission. So we're using our time in the next 7 days as efficiently as possible. And so we can memorialize that, and for the purposes of just creating a thorough record of this, of your efforts of the commission for the future.
So.
Mark, can you zoom into the-
Putting that, just a minute, putting that in other words, we're now going to move to back to map number 1, and we will do what with it?
Whenever the commission is ready to go back to map 1 for an action, it would be the prerogative of any commissioner to say, okay, I believe I want to see this revision, and that revision, and I motion that we make staff make those revisions. And if somebody agrees, they can say, I second that, at which point you're entitled to have discussion on that motion in that second. If it fails for a second, then somebody else says, I want to make these revisions, and then you can negotiate during that discussion.
Okay. Well, are there?
Can you do public comments for this item?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to be clear, Lucia Vasquez, again, I'm here as a civilian. I don't know what you would else you would call me. I just would like, I'm asking the commissioners to instruct Mr. Clark on maps 1, 2, 4, and 5 to make Poplar whole, and on map 5 to also make Tipton whole. You've got enough deviation there. I'm sure we're dealing with a very small a number of people, and hopefully it won't shift his idea of making 3 or 4 or whatever. But for your community of interest, Poplar, Tipton, they should at least be whole. There you've got a sliver. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say the same thing about Tipton. Sorry, Darlene Mata.
All right. Well, let's take them one map at a time. We'll go back to.
Mr. Chair, we have a public comment on Zoom. Sarah Ramirez.
All right, Sarah.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you again. And I appreciate all the map variations that have been presented tonight. I just wanted to articulate, what I've seen is a lot of District 2. Obviously there is a concern about splitting up certain communities, including my home community of Pixley. But this idea of including Tulare, keeping it whole and incorporating it into with numerous unincorporated communities is still of a real concern of mine. I mean, we're talking about differences in poverty levels, food desert, food swamps, health outcomes, disparities, including life expectancy, that are vastly different between Tulare and the unincorporated area. And we know that those types of outcomes are influenced by the built environment and by the infrastructure. And if those have not been if the concerns of our unincorporated communities have not been well reflected in a map that includes them with Tulare, I just feel this concern that we're going to continue to repeat the same patterns. And I'd like the commission to consider that. So thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you. You have your mic's on.
Oh, sorry.
Any Zoom commissioners wish to offer comments?
This is Darlene Mata. Mark, I wanted to commend you on your efforts to create the two districts that exceed the 60%, and end up with a single mountain district and keep Tulare whole. I also saw the small sliver of Tipton that needs to be included into Tipton. But I just wanted to say I like this map, and I really appreciate that of all of the maps, we got two districts over 60% and then a third at 55. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have another public comment on Zoom. Amy Arumbla.
Amy? Go ahead, please.
There we go. I apologize. Thank you all for your patience. I know it's almost 10 o'clock at night. I just wanted to mention that it looks like every one of the options presented by the county keeps Tulare whole and doesn't really focus on some of the concerns regarding keeping portions of Tulare that are lower income, perhaps more Latino, together with some of the other communities in South and Southeast Tulare. In particular, I'm a bit concerned that one of the considerations is that Terabella and Ducor must always be with Porterville, and yet, you know, Terabella and Pixley, Ducor, and Early Mart have so much in common. And so several of the options just seem to be repetitive without really looking at what would it look like to keep together all of those small rural communities, whether it's Rich Grove, Ducor, Terabella, Pixley, Early Mart, Tipton, coming up into Tulare. That seems to be, those are small farm worker communities or unincorporated communities. They have lots in common, and none of the options presented by the county seem to accurately capture that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments online? Oops.
Let's go to map number 1, or back to map. Oh, okay.
I'll be very zippy, I promise. I would like to ask if the commission would instruct county staff to at least provide a couple of options that do recognize what have been clearly community requests for acknowledgement of a community of interest that constitutes the west and south parts of Tulare as being a community of interest in and of itself, distinct from that northeast corner, that would have more in common with the rural farm worker communities to the south of them, and therefore shouldn't be in the same district with that other part of Tulare County. It seems that you've had community of interest testimony that has made that very clear. I would hope that the commission would see fit to at least see a couple configurations that recognizes that community of interest.
Mark, are you clear in your understanding of the request?
I am, but if that's what the board wants, I'll do it.
Well, yeah, we'd want that in the form of a motion of the board. And I
Yeah,
would remind the board that you've adopted a
No,
map
no, no,
tonight that includes that same geography.
I understand, and I'm certain one of the commissioners will do so, but now may we reach Commissioner Sepulveda.
Thank you. So, pardon me with the language that I'm about to beat up, okay? So considering the information that was presented to us, that I move to instruct staff to return back with a couple of variations of the same map, considering the community of interest that was just spoken about. And I apologize, I'm trying to think about what would be more effective in terms of instructions, but the areas in which Lori has mentioned, that we consider those options into another map. Because I like one, okay, I like it, but I'm still having issues. And again, I brought it up many times over, and I don't want to be redundant, but that southern part of Visalia going into District 3, I'm having some serious questions about it, because the community of interest are not the same as they are in District 3. And so I think that that portion of the population will not have an effective representation. And back again, they time and time came back and told us they want to remain the same in the same district. And that's all I'm asking the staff to do. And my counterparts, I apologize, and I just don't see the connection why we have to maintain Tulare as a whole. When you look at that area that's in question, the northeast side of Tulare, there is a community of interest to the southern part of Visalia. Because when you consider Department of Education, the administrative office is dab right in the middle of Tulare and Visalia. So there were some thoughts behind that. So I'm just asking staff however way the motion should be written, that you go back and please create a map that spells out the different changes, keeping the rural community, farm working communities together instead of splitting them up.
So, Commissioner Blake, I have a point of clarification.
Yeah, say, is that a motion?
Yeah, it was kind of a motion.
Okay.
I think we had a Zoom commissioner ask a point of clarification.
Yeah, didn't we already designate our specific communities of interest? So is this going back and redesignating new communities of interest? I'm just not sure.
From staff's perspective, it would be in addition, certainly addending the communities of interest testimony that the commission's heard over, the last 10 meetings. And it's not something the commission has ever directed us previously to ensure, and it's therefore not included on any of the materials that we've been analyzing, to seek splitting of the city of Tulare in such a way, and I'm going to try and paraphrase the testimony that's been provided tonight, that acknowledges the various different socioeconomic geographic disparities that exist in the city of Tulare, as yet spoken to but not shown on a map, with respect to various different dimensions of those socioeconomic status, that has not been a prior direction to staff as of yet. For now, that is certainly something that the commission could direct us to do with these maps. That is absolutely under your purview for now.
This is Commissioner James. I got a comment.
Go ahead.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm sure everybody there is tired. We've been looking at maps here. Staff, Mark, everybody's done a tremendous job. I make a motion that we have Mark, staff, go back, tweak all the maps based on public comment in some of those areas, and represent next time, because I just don't think any of us are going to have the right thing to say tonight, and we've all heard the public comment.
It's Commissioner Diaz. So there's two motions going on. So which one?
I don't think he finished the motion.
There was no second on mine. It was just so.
Yeah, it died for lack of a second, and it also, with all due respect, it died for lack of clarity. But you're correct, Commissioner Diaz, that was started out as a motion, ended as a desire, as an explanation of what we'd like to see. So,
I would recommend, not to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But we continue on the path that we set out at the beginning of this meeting. make some motions on some of these maps. We've already had one map approved with the concerns of the communities that have been cited numerous times. So that map and those concerns have already been listed and approved. That map is there. And we need to continue on with our maps here. And if we're going to make any motions to retweak any of these maps, those opportunities were had at our last meeting to bring up these issues, whether it be make sure, you know, all these slivers, and I know I was guilty of it with Wood Lake, so I shouldn't have started it, but we should continue on with our, you know, our first order of business is to make some motions on these 5 maps in front of us.
If I
I
may
agree with
interject.
Diaz, and I withdraw my motion. This is James. I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to get us all to, you know, get back focused like Diaz was saying. And so I'm gonna turn it back over to the chair and let's see what happens.
Thank you. You know, we just have to trust one another on procedure here. I know it's late. It's late largely because we've been so conscientious about transparency. It's late because we've had public comment take up a great deal of the meeting. And I don't think we need to apologize for that, but we need to recognize that is the case, and we've established procedure. The procedure is that we take the maps one by one, and so let's get back to map number 1.
I appreciate that. That would be helpful. This is the primary duty that the commissioners have. The reason you applied for this commission is to draw maps, revise those maps, and then in the end, marshal those maps to the Board of Supervisors. So this is the critical, we've had a lot of meetings. These meetings and the next 2, they're going to take a while, and this is certainly late. And so it is absolutely, you know, encouraged by staff to let's proceed with each of these maps so we know where the commission wants us to go. All right, so with that, we are on map number 1.
We're map number 1.
This is Commissioner Mata. I would move that we direct staff to amend map number 1 to make those small corrections to the community of Poplar, Wood Lake. I think those are the only 2, and bring that back to us at our next meeting.
For Commissioner Blanco, I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Amata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Yes.
Commissioner Viduzco.
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. We'll make those changes and bring it back next week. Map 2.
It's on the screen for you.
And when I say we, I mean Mark Clark will make those changes and we'll bring it back next week.
It's still a we. Still a we.
Yes.
It's a group
I would
effort.
make the same, this is Commissioner Mata, I would make the same motion on map number 2. There were a couple of highlighted items that were mentioned both by the public and commissioners that needed to be tweaked and then brought back to us at our next meeting.
Do you remember what those were?
Poplar, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Rich Grove has a tiny little sliver on the other side of the railroad tracks.
There were a couple little slivers.
Okay, but the important part is, are you clear on those changes, Mark?
I am.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Mata has made the motion. Commissioner Diaz seconded it. Any discussion? There being none, the clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurby?
Yes.
Commissioner Thank you. Commissioner Sepulveda?
Yes.
Commissioner Redusco?
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. Map 3, 2 mountain districts.
No. Unless I got,
I thought I had them in order. Yep, map 3 has 2 mountain districts. District 4, this is the one that has District 4 all the way across with 3 rivers in District 4.
I make a motion that you make the Mountain District all one. I'm kidding.
Sorry, can you use your mic real quick? Just sorry.
It's not, there we go. Map 3, and just to correct the, I don't know how to say that word, contiguity issue between District 2 and District 5. I don't know where that's at exactly.
It's right above, it's between Woodville and Poplar Cotton Center.
Woodville and Poplar, and to correct any Tipton, Poplar, or Rich Grove, make them whole.
This
James
is
seconds that.
okay. This is Commissioner McCurvey.
yes,
This is, in my view, the most favorable map. It has less compactness than the first two. And I would like to make a motion that we make another map like this that has at least 2, if not 3 mountain districts, as it was in the public comments earlier tonight. So I'm asking for one more map that has more mountain districts, that's more balanced, like this District 3 map is. With less, it actually is better compactness. And from the public comments and from my view, it seems more balanced. And I would like to make a motion that we add a map for the next meeting. It has 3 mountain districts.
There was a motion and a second on
We've
this
got-
matter,
we've-
so there would,
got a motion and a second on the floor. That'll have to wait.
the original motioner could also amend to incorporate the comments provided by Mr. McCurvey.
If Commissioner McCurvey would like to ask the original motioner to accept an amendment, we can do it that way.
I'd like to just make Commissioner McCurvey do his own motion separate from this.
All right.
Let's just deal with the map, this map issue, map 3.
The amendment is not accepted. Any further discussion on the motion?
No, I concurred with the original motion and then I added the motion. So hopefully that clarifies what I said. I'm sorry if it was ambiguous.
Now I'm really confused.
Call for
Call the roll.
commission comments and then vote.
Okay. Any additional commissioner comments?
So, Commissioner Sepulveda, so the question in front of us is to just vote on the first motion, not incorporating the 3 district.
Correct, one motion at a time.
Okay.
So Mr.
All
Diaz
right.
made a motion,
All
it was seconded
Thank you.
by somebody.
James seconded.
Okay.
Commissioner Blanco?
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes.
Commissioner George?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo? Yes. Commissioner Mata?
Yes.
Commissioner McCurvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Sepulveda?
Yes.
Commissioner Redusco?
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
All right, map 4, this is a unique one. This is the one that had District 5 kind of surrounded by District 1, encircling it there. Changes some things up pretty drastically for that southern mountain portion of the county.
It's beautiful.
I make a motion that you rip this map up and you start a new one that has one mountain community. Yeah, this map can't fly. That's catastrophic.
Well, I concur with what Scott's saying in the case of the community of the Indian Reservation and their connections between Porterville and the Mountain District, that it really breaks up that community. So I think this one is DOA.
There was a motion to deny this map and reject it. Is that a second, Mr. McCurvey?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to discard or disregard this map. And we're talking about map number what?
4.
Map number 4. Any discussion?
That's 4.
Yeah, Commissioner Diaz. So are there any legal concerns with passing that motion, doing away with the map right now? No, we're good?
No.
Looking at county council, they're giving us the thumbs
Yeah,
up.
they're giving us the thumbs up too. The answer to your question is no, there are no legal problems with it. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Gomez,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabobada,
Yes.
Commissioner Vaduzco,
Let's have a moment of silence for this map. Yes.
It's sad to see a good map die. Sad to see a good map die.
But
It has
Motion
short
passes.
life.
we just determined that this was not a good map, so
It's sad to
Well, I
see a
think
map
people
die.
will wake up in the morning when they have their coffee and feel relieved.
Well, this is Commissioner McCurvey. At this point, could I reintroduce my motion that says, now that we've discarded this map, can we make a new map that is similar in scope and compactness to map number 3 that has at least 2 or 3 mountain communities, and look at that at the next meeting?
all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Commissioner Diaz.
You know,
Motion
this
and a
is
second.
my
Any
only-
discussion?
Yeah, this is James. My only, McCurvey, my only thought on that was everybody that's come, I mean, all the comments, except for Corey's map that he presented, all the public comments have all been making the mountain community one. So I don't know if you misunderstood that, misheard that, or, but it's a majority. And then the last meeting, we had, I don't know, 6, 7 emails. Most of all the public comments have all been about making the mountain communities one. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that. I want to make sure that we have some options out there to provide to the district. So
Copy that.
I'm not sure where it'll end up, but I'd really like to see another map out there to take a look at, as we now discarded one. Let's add one back in.
Commissioner Sepulveda?
I would pose the motion, I prefer to see a mega mountain district. With today's technology, the person who represents that particular district can have regular Zoom meetings, regular meetings via the internet. So even though it may seem daunting that one person can represent the entire district, my belief is that with today's technology, that's no longer the issue, that people can effectively be represented at the via the Zoom or whatever medium they choose.
Just as a reminder, there was a motion and a second preceding that motion.
I think, was that just discussion?
Could we restate the motion that was seconded, please? So
Yes, I would like to motion, this is Commissioner McCurvey, that we create another map now that we've discarded a map, and that map have at least 2 mountain districts or 3 mountain districts so that we have addressed the compactness issues of having one giant district.
Okay, thank you. And that motion was seconded by Commissioner Diaz. Is there any further discussion? There
Commissioner
being
Blanco,
none, clerk will call the roll.
It looked like Mr. Blanco had a quick comment.
Question from
I
whom?
was just going to comment. I'm in favor of seeing a map with the mountains represented by 2 districts. So that's it.
That wasn't the motion, though. Was
He
it?
said at least
Yes, it
2.
is.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
At least 2. And I'm just saying, I support the idea of 2. I think 3 is too.
Well,
diluted.
I think we need clarity on this motion, though. Is he asking for 2 or 3? Or
Well,
5?
in the history, we've seen that they've accepted a 3. So I'm in favor of 2 or 3, but I would like to see the options of what a 3 looks like since we already have a 2. So I'm in favor of at least 2, and that's the motion. I'll stick with it. But 3 would be okay with me too.
Okay, so your motion is for 2, correct?
Yes, it seems more balanced to me in this one we're looking
Oh,
at.
yeah, no, that's fine. We just need to be clear so when we take the vote.
Does that alter your willingness to second? No. All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? There being none, the clerk will call the roll, please.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
It's just to see an additional map, right? So yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo, Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurvey,
Yes,
Commissioner Sepulveda,
No.
Commissioner Verduzco,
Yes.
motion passes 10 yes, 1 no.
All right, so we will prioritize 2 districts on that map. Mountain districts, that is. Bring us to our last and final map, map 5. This was what we generated based on the Kuros map from 10 years ago. All one mega mountain district.
I agree.
Can you zoom in on that so we can see where the District 3 boundaries are that are?
Yeah, can you zoom into the Wood Lake area as well?
Yeah, I'll show you Wood Lake real quick. There's Wood Lake. And then over here is 3.
And then Mark, is the monster eating the lake? Is that what that is?
The monster's eating Porterville.
It looks like the lake.
There's Porterville. And it's there's
Oh,
no
okay,
there's
okay, I
mount-
see.
Yeah. Well, he's
Okay,
getting the lake
gotcha.
too. The
Yeah,
lake
yeah.
is that's to wet his whistle after eating Porterville.
Or before.
It's Homer's nose right there. They're District 3.
Well, Tipton and Pixley are both in District 1. No, Tipton is not. It's not all in District 3, so that'll need to be corrected, but so.
Yeah, Tipton, Pixley, and
Staff can-
Terabella and all them, are they out of it? Are they in there?
They're in 1.
Well, there's a peculiar thing going on with Terabella and Ducor. There's actually Terabella's in 1 and Ducor's in 2.
Yeah, and I
Meaning
think,
District
I don't
1.
think they wanted that, right?
no,
Correct.
the public comment on that was that we include those communities with Porterville.
Yeah.
Correct, correct.
All right. Then staff should be instructed to include Ducor and.
So somebody new needs to make a motion. Let's hear somebody new.
I was just going to do it
All right,
Oh,
please do.
in the interest of moving things along. I move to direct staff to amend map number 5 to correct the community of Tipton, so it's all included in District 1, and to change the map to put Ducor into District 1. I think we have enough room in the deviation to do that and see what happens.
Can I ask for clarification, Darlene?
Yes.
So the public comment that I remember was to add Terabella and Ducor to the same district as Porterville, which would be District 5.
Oh, you're correct. I stand corrected.
Just for clarification, that's what I remember.
I was trying to get them both together and not necessarily with Porterville. So
That monster, Darlene, it's confusing everybody. It's really coming down.
I wanted to try to keep the monster.
It's gonna be gone.
Start over, Darlene.
So, okay, I'll start over. Direct staff to amend this map to look at the communities of Ducor and Terabella and see if we can incorporate them both into District 5. Correct the map in Tipton and see where, I think we just need to see how far we deviate on this and what our majority districts look like. I'd like to just see what it looks like.
I second, James.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hobbs,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Yes.
Commissioner Verduzco,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you for your dedication to this. As I mentioned earlier, this is the core reason why this commission exists. When we produce the record and when the Board of Supervisors considers the actions that you've undertaken, the next 4 meetings out of all of the meetings you've done are the ones that are going to have the most weight and the most consequence. So a lot of time spent, but it's the time that really matters tonight. This next comment is for the members on Zoom, especially do not log off yet. We have an important discussion that we have to have during the legal matters discussion and the clerk and administrative matters. So please stay on the line because it's going to change the way the open meeting laws are occurring in California. So we need everybody to hear about this. Thank you.
Excuse
Commissioner
me.
Gomez?
Yeah, so sorry, folks, if you could just hold tight for just 2 more minutes on this. So I didn't really know when to motion it throughout, a specific map, but I was hoping that we could get the unincorporated areas of Tulare to be somewhat shown here. So in all of the maps so far, right, Tulare is kept in whole, and I would just like us to consider at least 2 out of these 5 maps to split Tulare in the way that community today and previous meetings have been suggesting for. It just felt like earlier we dismissed it only because it's included in the equitable maps doesn't mean that we shouldn't include it also throughout the maps that we're considering from county. So if I could just quickly motion, and I'm going to, if I leave it up to county to decide which maps in which map 1 through 5, it would be best to try to keep those unincorporated areas of Tulare as a community of interest.
The county would request that to be assigned to a specific map.
I'll second the motion, Sepulveda.
Okay. I'm just so tired that I
You
can't.
need to
can't choose
clarify.
which one.
You need to clarify that motion, Commissioner Gomez, because do we understand you to be saying that you want Tulare split? And
I want to see options here, just like everybody has been requesting options to see, the mega mountain region,
okay,
or
but
it's
what
split
are
up
the
in
options
2.
you're requesting?
Let's split Tulare in the way that community has asked us to split Tulare today.
I have a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
Have you tried to make your own map or?
No, I would like to really work off of one of these five. I'm looking, but yeah, if possible,
Okay. Okay.
and I thought it would be easier to let county make that decision just within two of these maps. I'm just thinking back to what my asks were, right? My asks, when we were all giving our feedback, I asked for 4 districts with CVAC majority. I didn't get that. I asked, I wasn't too specific on Tulare, but now seeing that we're keeping Tulare whole throughout all the maps that we're considering, I would just like to see Tulare split in the way that community has asked us to split it, at least in 2 or 3 of these options.
Elizabeth, this is Ed. Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
In the final map we just looked at, we're going to make some changes and they're going to affect the District 2. Maybe we could do what you're suggesting on the final map and make that more specific for staff.
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, we're going to get multiple cracks to play with this before we vote on it.
For sure. I mean, I can, if it does make sense to then motion at the next meeting, given whatever revisions we see back, or is it easier for staff to just do it now?
We've had 5 actions on these maps already memorialized. So if there's a direction to revise some of those, we would just like some clarity as to which map we're talking about.
So this is Commissioner Diaz. Would it hurt at all just to make a separate motion, not to touch or modify any of the maps that we've already approved and voted on it, and just make a separate motion asking for a separate map, what you're looking for?
I'm looking to Mark. Would you hate me for that? To add another map?
I mean, we can do that. I can make another map that does that. Which is fine with me.
This Commissioner Diaz, I'm just hesitant on tweaking things that we've already made motions on. And we've already approved one map and now we're asking to tweak it in ways that we all want to see the right thing done so we can have options to look at. It just dilutes and confuses the issue for me. But if we just have a separate motion altogether, asking for a separate map, seeking the things that you'd like to see.
That would be fine with that. We can produce a 6-1.
I think I have a handle on what people are trying to achieve, the southern part of Tulare County, Tulare with those southern farming small communities.
I would welcome your motion. If you want to make a motion for a 6 map and, because some of your stuff that you had mentioned in a prior meeting did not get in there, I would work with that.
Okay, thank you so much for the guidance from my fellow commissioners. So let's do that. I motion to have staff please create a 6 map that includes those suggestions today. Thank you.
I'll second it. Sepulveda.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Sorry.
They're hearing none. The clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Blanco,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner George,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes, thank you. Sorry about
Commissioner Hobbs,
the late.
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Macedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Mata,
Yes.
Commissioner McCurry,
Yes.
Commissioner Sepulveda,
Yes.
Commissioner Verduzco,
Yes.
motion passes 11-0.
I hope everyone will take note of the fact that we struggled through this meeting, but we had unanimity on all the votes. Or no, close to all the votes.
Yeah, that's right.
Close to all the votes. Yes, ma'am.
You ready for me?
I'm ready
I'm going
for
to give you
you.
a very
We're
quick
all ready for you.
public outreach report. We continue to contact individuals, service organizations, cities, school boards. Actually came here to Early Mart School Board. We continue to send out emails, flyers, make in person. I went to the AAUW, the American Association of University Young Women, and I did at University of Women, and I was able to do another radio spot on Radio Bilingüe last week. So we continue to work for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Administrative matters.
Yeah, we have a good one.
Mr. Hess.
As many of the commissioners are tonight taking advantage of the modified open meeting laws with respect to the Brown Act in the state of California, allowing them to attend this meeting remotely. That was an accommodation included by the state legislature, or the state, I should say, to accommodate the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Those accommodations expire today. So going forward, there are going to be changes as to the way commissioners can attend these meetings remotely. And there are people, better than me to explain this, particularly our clerk of the board, clerk of the commission in this case, and county council, because there are some other ways that the commission can manage this, but it would require some burden on all of you to make findings perhaps that are outside of your normal jurisdiction. But anyways, I will hand it off at this point to either council or the clerk to give more clarity.
Jeff, can you hear me? Am I on? Okay. Jeff Kewen, Chief Deputy County Counsel. The legislature's thrown us a bit of a curveball with a revision to the Brown Act. As John said, we'd had an accommodation under one of the governor's executive orders that suspended some of the requirements of the Brown Act for remote participation by Brown Act bodies such as yourself. The normal Brown Act would require, for example, your agenda would have to show the location from which commissioners are calling in from. They would have to post a copy of the agenda and meeting notice at that location, and they would have to allow any members of the public that wanted to come into that space where they're calling from to be there. As you can imagine, that's not a provision that has been used very often because nobody wants to comply with all those things. It's just not used. So the governor suspended that for us during the COVID to promote social distancing and COVID prevention. But that order ran out, and then the legislature replaced it with a new statute, AB 361, that was an urgency measure. The governor suspended that. That took effect a couple of weeks ago. The governor suspended that until today. Tomorrow it goes into effect, and what it says is your choices are either to go back to the basic Brown Act, which means you either got to all meet in person to count as part of participating in the meeting, or you can go, follow the basic requirements of the Brown Act, which are those noticing and public access to your space requirements. Or there's a third option under AB 361, and that is if you adopt, pass a resolution that says a couple of things. One is, we think, there's a good reason because of the continuation of the pandemic to encourage remote participation and not as much face-to-face contact as you would otherwise be required to have. That's the basic finding, and that you want to continue to allow, because of those reasons, allow for the option, again, it's an option, for remote participation in the meetings. The statute also requires you to continue to do what you're already doing in terms of allowing public members to participate remotely. That's not going to change. Your commission has done a splendid job on that, allowing people from all over the community to participate without having to be here in person. Sometimes it does require a bit of a waiting time for them, but nevertheless, they're able to participate remotely without the trouble of traveling and so on. So we have prepared for all of our Brown Act bodies that include your commission, that include 100 others maybe. We've prepared a template to allow them, if they're so inclined, to adopt the procedure that would allow them to continue with remote participation if they are comfortable making those required findings. So we would be prepared to bring that to you at your next meeting if there's interest in doing that. If not, then we'll again go back to either all in person, or we'll go back to having to list where you're calling from and posting an agenda there and allowing public to join you at those locations.
So John, question for you on that. If, well, question in general is, what if people are in quarantine? Would that same open to the public requirement be necessary?
There is nothing in the Brown Act legislation 361 that speaks to that. So I'm not aware of any exception to that rule. I mean, let me just editorialize. It's a terrible bill, poorly written, poorly conceived, does no favors to us, to our public bodies, I think. So I would not have done it this way if it had been up to me, but that was not addressed.
So John, does it, you probably said it, but I'm already asleep in my head.
I'm sorry. Lawyers.
Does this change the public from being able to call in?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So Jeff, James here, are you asking this commission to go ahead and tell the staff which direction they want to go?
If you would, again, we can bring that to you as a formal action to be taken at the next meeting. If you're inclined, if you're interested in that and having that option, if you're not, that's fine. And the clerk, we and the clerk will proceed accordingly.
Can I make a recommendation? Could you draft up some bullets?
Sure.
On what this is and how it impacts us, email it to us, and then we'll discuss it at the next meeting, whether we're going to take a motion or not.
If you promise not to talk among yourselves about it outside of
Yeah,
the
I mean,
meeting.
I think by the time we do that, we're going to be done with these meetings anyway.
I think we're all concerned with maybe the same thing, is that we get public input, and whatever the best way to do that. We had a lot of participation via Zoom tonight, and kind of like to see that continue, so everybody has a chance for input.
Well, I guess maybe someone's missing the point. What he's saying is you can Zoom from your house. You got to post the agenda outside your door. And if your neighbors want to come knock on the door, they get to participate. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, and this is Commissioner Mata. I think what I also heard is that this doesn't stop our ability to have the public continue to call in and provide comment.
Right.
That will continue. It's only affecting commissioners, if I'm understanding correctly.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So I'd make a motion to have the staff or county council prepare that for us, so you can present it to us next meeting so we can adopt it. So you get on an agenda. So if anybody, obviously, public needs to comment on it before we can actually make a decision. That's my motion.
To clarify,
I'll second that.
Jeff, to clarify,
Yeah.
this is actually not agendized to take an action. So just a
That's what I'm
recommendation.
That's what I'm asking.
Just direction.
Yeah, just,
We'll accept that as direction, as a consensus among the commissioners, if that is in fact your consensus.
I agree.
Also,
Any
Jeff, real quick,
discussion?
one quick clarification from staff for Jeff is, does this apply to the next meeting? So at the next meeting, if they make the action, then that means it's a prospective thing, but for the October 7th meeting, must they all be in attendance in compliance with the Brown Act at that time?
We can finesse that by having them ratify that at that time.
Okay.
So I think we can do that safely
Okay, thank you.
for convenience.
Yeah.
I don't want to make this harder than it has to be.
You have to put it in the bylaws, or?
No, your
All right.
your bylaws already require you to comply with the Brown Act. What we're suggesting is a way for you to comply with this new part of the Brown Act, if you want to take advantage of it.
So staff has sufficient direction.
additional comment from
Discuss-
council approaching the commission right now.
Yeah.
Matt
Any
Pierce,
discussion?
Matt Pierce, Deputy County Counsel. In terms of how we would deal with doing this at the next meeting, what we talked about, our discussions about doing this for other boards has been, we will hold kind of a special meeting at the beginning of next week's meeting to discuss whether or not we're going to adopt the findings that are necessary. And then assuming they're adopted, then they would be in effect at the regular meeting occurring immediately afterwards.
So that would be the first order of business then at your next meeting.
Okay, so,
If that's okay.
that'll be the first item on the agenda.
Right.
Thank you.
So in other words, if everybody wants to zoom in, they can, because they're going to take it up on the first matter and it's going to be on the agenda. And then obviously we're all going to vote the way we're going to vote. So if you vote, we all vote no, then if you're on Zoom, you're going to need to run down to the meeting.
That is correct.
All right. Yeah, let's get the discussion going. Let's get it rolling, Chair.
I don't know, there's need for any discussion, is there?
We'll
I think
take,
there was a motion, there's a second, it got discussion.
No,
we gotta get a vote.
we can't vote on this because it wasn't,
yeah, we'll take
it's
your,
not an action item.
You'll get,
unless I hear objections from any commissioners, we'll take that as your consensus direction for us to bring this back as the
Okay,
first
there
item
you
at your
go.
next meeting. So,
sounds good. Sounds good.
okay, thank you very much.
Clerk matters.
No other matters.
Thank you. And legal matters, we've already had legal matters. All right. Future items, I'm pretty sure commissioners have no future items to discuss other than getting home and getting to bed. There are 2 scheduled meetings that will take place, or the next 2 scheduled meetings to take place will be October 7th at the Visalia Veterans Memorial Building. It will begin, as all our meetings do, at 6:30 p.m. October 14th, we will meet at the Wood Lake Community Center. If there is no further business to be dealt with by the commission, we stand adjourned.
Drive safe, everybody.